You ready for this, Blue? It's about to get real. This is awesome, man. You're gonna love this. You're gonna love it, Blue.
Oh, there you are. Okay.
All right. We just need to agree to some simple things first before we get going here. Planes flying geodesics because that's the shortest path, right?
Yeah.
Yes, we agree to that. Okay. They would obviously never fly a longer path than they had to, right? That would not make sense in any way, shape, or form.
Wait a minute. They wouldn't do what now?
They wouldn't fly a longer path than they needed to, obviously, right?
No, there wouldn't be any reason to. Well,
Yeah.
Let me be clear about something. There could be reasons why you might do that because of wind.
Jet stream or something.
Yeah, some silly thing like that. But
you may want to catch a jet stream here or there. Yeah.
Or avoid it. Yeah, or avoid the jet stream. Yeah.
Yeah, you don't want to be flying in what it's hundreds, whatever mile an hour jet stream. Yeah.
Oh, sure, and that happens on overseas flights. You see it.
Yeah.
But yeah. Okay.
So barring the wind, I mean, most plane flights path out to a geodesic. No.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, in any flight, save for a flight where you're on the equator and you land on the equator, barring any of those flights, which I don't even know if there is, maybe. Barring those flights, there's always going to be a north-south component to every flight, right?
North-south component.
Yeah, you'll always go north or south a little bit when you're flying. Like, even if you're going east, even if you go east, you're going to be going north or south.
Yeah, if you're flying, if you were actually flying along a line of latitude, not so, but yeah, usually.
Yeah, but they do great circle routes, right?
Usually, you won't be doing that.
Why would you ever do that?
A line of latitude is not a great circle. So.
Yeah, so why would you ever? You would never do that. You'd fly in a great circle route, the shortest path.
Right.
Yeah, so there's always every flight will have a north-south component to it. Save for equator to equator flights. Right. You'd be going north or south a little bit.
Okay. Yeah, I'll give you that.
Yeah, you can't move without an east-west a north-south component to it. Yeah.
Okay.
So, all right. So all the flights are going to have this north-south component. So when you're going north and south, you get the Coriolis effect. Now, this great circle, I don't know if you know are you well versed with the Coriolis effect?
Yeah, pretty much.
All right. So I have we're just going to go through a real quick scenario. This should take like 2 minutes. We've got a scenario where there's a drone. There's a drone hovering in the middle of the merry-go-round. There's enough gas. It's a gas-powered drone. It only has enough gas to fly 1 meter in a straight line. That's it. This thing can only travel 1 meter. You with me so far?
Yep.
Okay, cool. Now, the merry-go-round from the center to the edge, the radius of this merry-go-round is 1 meter. All right. All right. So if I want to hit the edge of the merry-go-round, I need to fly this in a straight line in the inertial frame, right?
Keep going.
All right. That's correct. Now it may look like, I don't know, if you spun the merry-go-round fast enough and you made the drone go slow enough, you could make it look like the drone traveled hundreds, if not thousands of meters on the non-inertial reference frame, meaning on the surface of the merry-go-round. But we know that's not true because there was only enough gas in the drone to fly 1 meter, and the 1 meter is the actual distance it flew, right?
Right.
All right, cool. I'm glad that's good. I gotta tell you, I'm proud of you. This is going a lot better than it did with Xanac earlier. So knowing that when you fly that straight path, that you know what kind of line that makes when the merry-go-round's spinning?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, is it going to be a straight line or is it going to be curved?
No, it'll be curved.
It's going to be curved. So the shortest path that the drone can take, because the shortest path that the drone can take is going to be a curved left to right path on the merry-go-round.
Okay.
Has the penny dropped yet? Do you realize why the geodesic is not the shortest path?
I'm sure you're going to clear it up for me.
I thought you would have figured it out. The geodesic is making a straight line, meaning not curving left to right.
That's not the geodesic.
The Great Circle Route is making a straight line, meaning not curving left to right.
Okay. Your objective is to get from some point on the merry-go-round, let's say the center, to some point on the outside.
Yeah, let's put it
of
at the
the
edge, 1
merry-go-round.
meter away.
Okay, 1 meter away.
You're in the center. You want to get to the edge. You're 1 meter away. Yep.
And that's what you're trying to do, right?
Yep. You only have enough gas to fly 1 meter. So you need to make sure you go in a straight line in the inertial frame. Otherwise, you're not going to make it because you're going to go a longer distance.
All right, let's start before the merry-go-round moves. You're calling
Yep.
it a geodesic, okay? You whatever you want to call that, that's fine. It's just a straight line on a flat merry-go-round.
I mean, you could use a curved thing. You could spin a curved thing if you wanted to.
No, let's
You
just
could get
use
a
the word.
ball and
No,
the
let's just
merry-go-round is just simple. Yeah.
yeah, that's fine. That's simple. Works the same way.
Same thing. Yeah.
Yeah. So we start at the center of the merry-go-round. We pick a point on the outside of the merry-go-round. We put a dot there, and we draw a line between those 2 points. That's the shortest distance between those 2 points, right?
That's before it's spinning. It's not moving.
Not moving.
Yeah. So it's a straight line in both frames. Well, there is no other frame. There's just the inertial frame at that point. But it's a straight line. Yep. 1 meter. That's all the drone can fly. Then it drops at the edge of the merry-go-round.
Well, there's infinite number of frames, but we're only talking about one of them.
We're just talking about this one drone on the merry-go-round, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah. So there's just one drone in the middle of the merry-go-round. It flies out to the edge 1 meter and it falls and it hits the point that we want to get to. Yep.
Okay. So if we take the drone off and we fly following that line, it will travel 1 meter and reach the outside edge.
When it's not spinning, yes. If it's still stationary, yes.
And now, what do you think happens when it spins? What if you
When it
stay
spins, if you try to follow that line while it's spinning, and you only have enough gas to make it 1 meter, you're not going to make it to the edge of the merry-go-round.
No, you
Because
still
now
make
you're going to
it.
be going in a because now you're going to be going in a curved path in the inertial frame, which is a longer path.
No, the distance you have traveled is exactly the same. It doesn't change.
Sorry, you know about the frames, right? The inertial and the non-inertial frame.
I do.
So the inertial frame, when the drone travels 1 meter and drops and hits the edge of the merry-go-round, when it goes in a straight line, that will chalk out a curved path left to right on the merry-go-round. You understand?
We're talking about a straight line distance between 2 points.
Yes, but if you were to trace out the path of that, like say you had a paintbrush hanging from the merry-go-round, or sorry, say you had a paintbrush hanging from the drone hitting the merry-go-round, your line would be, and the merry-go-round's rotating, your line will be curved left to right.
Okay.
Okay, now if you try to go in a straight line, if you say you go out in a straight line and now you have a straight line on your merry-go-round. If you try to follow the straight line on the merry-go-round, that will be a curved path, which means it'll be a longer distance than the straight line path we first took, where the merry-go-round just gets to the edge and drops. We're now taking a longer path than that, and the drone won't hit the edge of the merry-go-round. It won't make it because it's a longer distance. You understand?
I think it's just too much logic, Jeremy. It
Hold on,
makes
man.
too much
Hold on,
sense.
bro. Give me 5 minutes. 5 minutes, please. You understand where we're at with this, Blue?
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, Jeremy.
Okay, and it all checks out. That's all fact so far, right? Everything we've said. You have no contention with anything that's been said. We're all good.
Yeah, keep going.
Okay. The path you're playing on Earth is tracing out is a great circle route, meaning it doesn't curve left to right.
If I fly
right on the ground.
Yeah.
On the ground, on the non-inertial frame, like the merry-go-round was the non-inertial frame. When you trace out a straight line, the plane actually in the inertial frame, which is the actual distance the plane's going to travel, takes a longer path.
If you're flying along,
I'm gonna go smoke real quick.
If you're flying along that line, if you're following that line between those 2 points, as the merry-go-round rotates, the path over the merry-go-round is a straight line.
Yes, but it's a curved path in the inertial frame, which we know from the drone example is the longer distance, because now you're curving. You now have to turn to keep that straight line path in the inertial frame.
Okay, in the inertial frame, I'll give you that. Okay.
You get it now?
Yeah.
So you see why the geodesic path isn't the shortest distance the plane can travel.
Well, it absolutely is.
Oh my goodness. Okay, let me start over again. It's fine. It's fine. Maybe this is a little complicated for people. It's fine. I'm going to try to get some animations to go with this. If you fly, when the drone flies in a straight line, meaning the shortest distance the drone can fly, because in reality it only has enough gas to travel 1 meter. Can't travel farther than that. If it flies in a straight line while the merry-go-round's spinning, on the merry-go-round, it won't be a straight line or a geodesic or a great circle route. It'll be curving left to right. When you follow, if you before you start spinning the merry-go-round, if you draw a straight line on it and you follow that, your drone's not going to make it to the edge of the merry-go-round because you're traveling a longer distance than a meter. Do you understand now?
Yeah. I think maybe we need some graphics to go along with this. And
I don't do not. You don't understand that when the plane goes straight.
Yeah, I understand.
Nothing's moving. Yeah, nothing's moving. The drone goes straight. It goes 1 meter, falls down. If the drone has to now curve, it's not going to reach the edge because it has to travel a longer distance. You get that, right? If the drone has to turn left or right and get to the edge, it's not going to get to the edge because it can only fly 1 meter. Like, you understand that part, right?
The drone is only flying along that straight line, Jeremy, no matter which direction you aim the line. Or how
I know, but if you
moving, it's still only moving 1 meter to get to the edge.
Yeah, but if you start spinning, if you have this straight line drawn from the center to the edge, you have a straight line drawn on that. If you start spinning it and you make the drone stay on that line, you're now going to be, the drone's actually in the inertial frame, which is the actual frame of how far the drone's at, where the drone actually is going. If you make it follow that straight line, what's up?
No, the drone is is flying in the non-inertial frame, Jeremy. You want to see it in the inertial frame. It looks like that curved path you're talking about, but the actual distance the drone is moving is 1 meter.
Yeah. Yes, the drone only travels 1 meter when it goes in a straight line. If it has to take a curved path, would you agree that if the drone has to take a curved path to the edge, it won't be a straight line and it'll be a longer distance?
If you make it do that, yes, it would be a longer distance, but you're not making it do that. You're making it follow that straight line.
Yes, but when the merry-go-round starts spinning, now we start spinning the merry-go-round. If the drone has to stay on that line while it's spinning, it's going to take a curved path.
It is still
And
only flying along that straight line, Jeremy.
yes, it's flying along the straight line. However, in the inertial frame, the frame that actually matters, the frame where that's the actual distance the drone goes, in that frame, it's taking a curved path and it won't make it to the edge of the merry-go-round because it's a longer distance.
That's the distance
Because it can't travel more than a meter.
It only travels a meter no matter which way you go.
No, it doesn't.
As long as you follow that line, whether the line is stationary and you follow it or the line is rotating and you follow it, you're still only moving 1 meter along that line.
That's not correct.
Yeah, it is.
That's incorrect, Blue. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, Jeremy, but I am correct.
If the straight line is moving and you have to stay on that line, that means you're going to be taking a curved path. Think if the merry-go-round is moving really fast. Think if I want to stay on that line, how many circles I would have to do around the merry-go-round before I got to the edge.
Think about what you're saying.
I am thinking about what I'm saying. If we have to do a whole bunch of spirals around the merry-go-round to keep it on the line while it's moving towards the edge, it's going to go longer than a meter because it's a curved path in the inertial frame.
We're not flying in the inertial frame, Jeremy. We're flying in the non-inertial frame.
The actual distance.
The actual distance we're traveling is in the non-inertial frame.
Okay, when everything's still, nothing's moving.
Yep.
The drone can literally only fly 1 meter.
That's right.
Okay, so now if we had a paintbrush hanging from the drone, touching the merry-go-round, and we spun the merry-go-round really fast, we could probably make that line be tens of meters long, right?
So what now?
We have hold on. We have a paintbrush hanging from the drone, and now it's going to draw a path on the merry-go-round and the non-inertial frame.
All right.
Okay. That path on the spinning merry-go-round, if we spin it fast enough, it'll just be a spiral outwards. Right?
Yeah, that's the path from an inertial frame, the reference of an inertial frame.
From the non-inertial frame, yes, it will spiral out from the non-inertial frame. But we know it. Yes, but we know in reality the plane only flew a meter, but that path that we think it flew because you're spinning looks like it flew tens or hundreds of meters, depending on how fast we spin it.
All right, let's think about it another way. I'm going to leave my airplane on the merry-go-round. It's never going to leave the merry-go-round. It's going to stay right on the merry-go-round. Okay? And
why?
It's going to go from the center. It's just going to taxi its way 1 meter out to the outside edge. Got it? Now,
I don't know why we're talking about. Okay, go ahead.
Now, whether the merry-go-round is moving or not, it's only going to have to taxi 1 meter to get to the edge, and that's it. You agree with that? Of course.
If it just stays on that line, sure.
That's all it can do. Now, trust me when I tell you this, I am the best pilot in the world. There has never been a pilot any better than I am. I am capable of taking off in that airplane and flying 1 inch above that line, all the way to the edge.
Okay, what does this have to do with what I'm saying though about the merry-go-round and the drone?
It's exactly the same thing, Jeremy. As long as I stay directly over that line, I have not changed the distance I traveled.
Yeah. But when you're on the drone,
yeah, I'm on. I'm on
listen,
the drone, and I'm on the drone, Jeremy, and I am still.
Yep, we're on the drone in the center of the mirror.
Yeah, and I'm doing the same thing the drone was doing. It was just rolling along on the surface of the merry-go-round, except now I'm just an inch above it. Nothing changed, except that I'm an inch above the line now.
We got the drone. In reality, this drone can only fly 1 meter. That's it. It falls when it hits the edge if it goes in a straight line, right? Nothing's rotating. We fly it out, it falls, hits the edge of the thing. We know how much gas it takes for this to fly a meter. It can only fly 1 meter in reality. On the non-inertial frame from the merry-go-round, if we spin the merry-go-round fast enough, it will look like, we can make it look like the drone actually traveled 10 feet or 10 meters. Do you agree to that?
I do, sure.
Okay, cool. So now we know that, but in reality, the drone could only fly 1 meter because it only had 1 meter worth of gas. So we know that 10 meter number is not accurate, and the actual distance it flew is in the inertial frame, the frame of the plane.
The actual distance it flew is
1 meter. Yes,
1 meter.
Yes, so the non-inertial path doesn't matter. That's not giving us accurate distances for how far the plane actually traveled. So we're not gonna pay it.
Jeremy. It absolutely is.
The plane didn't fly 10 meters though. It only flew 1 meter.
That's right. It only flew 1 meter.
Yes, but it looked like it flew 10 meters on the non-inertial plane.
It doesn't matter. We're not in the inertial frame. We're in the non-inertial frame.
Yes, and so that's why we know that when it's a great circle route, that is not the shortest path, because if it was the shortest path, it would have went in a straight line in the inertial frame, because when it goes a straight line in the inertial frame, that's when it hits the edge of the merry-go-round. When you have to curve it, if you take a curving path to the edge of the merry-go-round, you're going to be traveling farther than a meter.
No, not in the non-inertial frame of reference. You're not.
Blue. In the inertial frame, if the merry-go-round's spinning,
I don't care about the inertial frame. You can talk about that all you want to, and yes, I agree with you. You can look at it from some other frame of reference and see it doing all kinds of crazy things. But you got to listen to what I just told you. If that drone was rolling across the surface of the merry-go-round, it doesn't matter how fast the merry-go-round was spinning. You still only go 1 meter to go from the center to the outside edge.
Yeah.
The distance between the back seat of your car and the front seat of your car doesn't change just because you change the speed of the car.
Yeah, I don't know. This is a non sequitur.
Doesn't make any difference.
That's a non sequitur because we're not talking about.
That's not a non sequitur. Now I take the.
Can I tell you why it's it? Can I say why it?
I take the drone. I simply lift it up an inch off the surface of the merry-go-round. I do the same thing I did when it was rolling across the surface of the merry-go-round, and it still only moves 1 meter, sir.
No, you're just incorrect about. I mean, maybe Zanuck or Coach on one of these guys will straighten you out. But when you roll it across the merry-go-round, that's a non sequitur. We're talking about something flying in the air above a rotating surface. So that has nothing to do with anything what we're talking about. You could fly the drone 10 feet above the merry-go-round or 1 inch above the merry-go-round, and you're going to get the same effect. If you follow a straight line path in the inertial frame, that is the shortest distance the plane can fly because it only has enough gas to fly a meter. It's going to fall and hit the edge. If you have to take a curved path in the inertial frame, you're not making it to the edge because it's a longer distance, sir. A straight line distance is always going to be shorter than a curved path.
The distance between any 2 points on a rotating object never changes, whether that object is actually rotating or regardless of what speed it's rotating at. That distance between those 2 points never changes. And as long as you follow a line across, but that line between those 2 points, you are traveling along the shortest line. Whether that's a plane surface or a spherical surface doesn't make any difference. I'm sorry that you're wrong.
Yeah,
but you are.
This is just a fact of. This is just a fact.
You can't mix up the
hold on,
reference
left lane.
frames.
Hold on, left lane. I'm not mixing up the reference frame. I'm describing what's
Yeah, you
actually
are.
happening. I'm describing what's actually happening in reality at the same time on the inertial and the non-inertial frame. At the same time, when the plane goes straight in the inertial frame and it hits the edge of the merry-go-round and runs out of gas and reaches its destination, that is the actual path, the actual distance that the drone can fly, because it only has enough gas to fly 1 meter. If the merry-go-round's rotating under that, that's going to trace out a very much longer path depending on how fast you're spinning it. So we know that the inertial frame is the actual frame. If you now have to take a curved path to get to the edge of the merry-go-round instead of a straight line path, that will be a longer distance. I guarantee you that a curved line path is longer than a short line. We're only talking about left to right. This has nothing to do with geodesics or anything. This is about left to right. If you have to turn left instead of going in a straight line path, it will always be a longer distance.
Give me a sec. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back.
Yeah, I actually have like a graphic. Since he said he needs to see a graphic, I actually have like this video of this dude explaining it like really, really well with the drone, by the way. He takes a drone, he like launches it off, he like gives a little graphic of like the merry-go-round. Like, do you guys want to see that? Like, I can search for it real quick. That might help Blue. I don't know.
Changed everything. I wonder how life without it go.
I don't know. Let me know if you need it.
I see what Jeremy is talking about. He's talking about from the inertial frame of reference and trying to describe an object on a rotating reference frame and how that draws a different line. But I'm not sure how to word how you separate that. You know,
Not separated. They're happening in both frames at the same time. And one time it goes in a straight line path in the inertial frame, which is the shortest distance, the actual distance. It will trace a curved path on the non-inertial frame. That curved path will obviously be longer than a straight line path. If you have to go left or right to get to your target, opposed to going straight, it's always going to be longer.
Yeah, but if you fly from the North Pole to the equator on a geodesic or a great circle or whatever, it doesn't matter if the planet and the atmosphere are zigzagging and turning flips. You've traveled the shortest distance from the North Pole to the equator.
That's exactly the problem. You're only looking at it from your globe. That's the whole problem here. That's the whole like that's.
I mean, the whole problem is you're trying to describe one reference frame from the viewpoint of another, and they don't mingle. I don't know how to word it. I am confused about how to make a distinction to separate the two. But like I said, the Earth can be flipping and zigzagging and whatever from that inertial frame. If you travel north due south from North Pole to the equator in a straight line, that's the shortest distance, irregardless of anything else.
If it traces out a straight line on the ground, that means you had to curve in the inertial frame, which is the actual distance the plane travels.
Yeah, I
it doesn't
understand
matter
what you're
it
saying.
looks like it's doing on the ground. That's irrelevant. I already proved that when we fly 1 meter, but the line on the ground makes it look like we fly tens of meters. Yeah, go ahead, man.
Yeah, it's really weird that you don't like you can't picture it, because what Jeremy's trying to say is like, okay, so imagine if you were going to fly from your North Pole to the equator, it'd be a straight line, right? Like just
Like it,
straight across. Okay.
yep.
But that's on a planar world, right? That's on a plane world. That's like everything's just flat. Now, once you put it
No, this
on
ain't
a
about flat or globe. Hold on, man. Hold on.
well,
This
hold
isn't
on.
about flat or
Fuck,
globe.
Jeremy. Well, hold on, Jeremy. You fucking
All right,
said give me 5
sorry.
minutes. I gave you like 15 minutes, bro. Come on, dude. So
Go
look at
ahead, man. All right.
so look at but what Jeremy's trying to say is that once you start putting it on your globe Earth, it's
That's not
now
what I'm saying.
well maybe
Don't.
that's why
I will give you your time, but don't say what I'm
okay,
saying. That's
okay,
not.
okay, 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 okay. So if you're gonna fly on this inertial reference frame where it's curving around a ball in that inertial reference frame from somebody standing on the ground and looking at this plane fly over them, in your world, your ball world, it's gonna have to be curving over a ball. Okay, but then the argument would be like, well, but that's not necessarily the quickest way because a straight line would be the way. Because if you curve to go around it, then you, as opposed to being straight, like think of like a protractor. If you went from one end of the protractor to the other, if you took that like that really cool half circle route,
APOC.
it,
APOC.
go
Let me
ahead.
just explain.
Go ahead.
This isn't I'll let you go right after. Let me just say one thing. This isn't about going over the curve in a straight line path. This is about turning left and right. That's what this is about, left or right turns. It's not about if you go over the globe or whatever. If Coriolis was happening on a flat, on a curve, it doesn't matter. But go ahead. Sorry to interrupt.
But it's not even going about left or right. He's saying you're going straight from the North Pole to the equator. That's it. If you're flying straight across, but you're saying, okay, well then if I'm flying, then the world's spinning, then it's going to create a curve because just like when you roll a ball on a merry-go-round, and if you're above looking down at it, you'll see it go straight across. But the person from the side looking down, it's going to look like it curved. So I get what you're saying in that aspect, but I think maybe that's the disconnect because he's not realizing that if you're going to fly from the North Pole to the equator, and then technically you're going to be like going at a weird, like cool angle, like a rounded angle to get to it, even though he's calling it a straight line because of this weird inertial frame that he's trying to put himself in, just like throwing a ball across the
No.
merry-go-round. I don't know. Well, maybe that's why you're disconnecting because maybe that's why how he's.
Let me explain it. Let me explain. There's a drone. This is anything that's Coriolis based is going to be like this. This is physics. This is how Coriolis works. Just straight up. There's no way around this. The inertial frame is the reality frame. You know how we know that? We can put enough gas to fly 1 meter in a drone, and that shit will not fly farther than a meter in reality and actuality. That is the distance the drone can travel. Okay? Now, if we go in a straight line path with a drone from the center to the edge of the merry-go-round and it drops, right? That's 1 meter. That's all the drone can fly. In reality, is 1 meter. It doesn't matter if the merry-go-round's spinning or not at this point. The drone will only fly 1 meter. If you start rotating the merry-go-round and you were to trace its path out on the merry-go-round, it's going to be longer than a meter. If I spin the merry-go-round fast enough and I fly the drone slow enough, it will trace out I could make it trace out 100-meter line on the merry-go-round, and that would be the
That's where
distance.
that's
That
where
would
you're
be the
separating
distance.
the reference frames. That's not the way it works on the Earth with the atmosphere moving with the Earth.
At any time there's Coriolis effect, doesn't matter if atmosphere is moving with Earth. Atmosphere. If you have the Coriolis effect, this is how it works. Period. Doesn't matter about air moving or not. Totally irrelevant.
Let's say
Anytime where
Earth
the
is not.
Coriolis.
Let's just say Earth is not rotating. Earth is just a sphere with atmosphere, and it's not rotating. You fly North Pole to South to the equator, 6,000 miles, right?
That will form a great circle route and a geodesic, and that will be the shortest path you can fly. Yes, if the Earth's not rotating, if there's no Coriolis effect. If there's no Coriolis effect, yes.
Well, but see, the plane is not a ballistic, so it can fly that path. It just needs to stay on that path. You know, crosswinds, Coriolis effect, whatever the cause that puts you off path, you're going to fly that path, right?
The straight circle route.
So if you rotate there, even if you rotate the Earth, that plane's still going to fly that path. and it's still going to be 6,000 miles, regardless if it's rotating or
Incorrect.
not.
That's
No, not
incorrect.
incorrect.
I just demonstrated that. This is anything that's based on the Coriolis effect. The inertial frame is that is your reality frame. That is how far and which direction the object is actually going in. Okay, do you understand that?
Yeah, what you're doing is when you're saying when the plane takes off, it enters an inertial, non-rotating reference frame, but it doesn't.
Yes, the plane's in an inertial. You have the Coriolis effect. Are planes subject to the Coriolis effect? I don't know what you're even saying now at this point.
I would. You can't say no, but you can almost say no because you can
But
control
they
the
are.
plane. You
Right,
could
but they
force
are.
it
You
to
do have.
fly. You could force it to fly the path across the ground, regardless of
I
rotation.
understand that. I understand that. We can make the plane fly in any direction we want. Yes, and they're
So
subject to
it's
the
not going to
Coriolis
fly.
effect.
It's not going to fly a curved path across the ground. It's still going to fly the 6,000 miles, whether it's rotating or not.
Incorrect. I demonstrated that with the drone on the merry-go-round. That the drone can only fly 1 meter. If the path it traces out on the merry-go-round will be a curved path left to right. If you're flying the
That's not
shortest
the same.
distance, it is exact blue. You can run the tape back. You know what? I don't need to do this with you.
I
You're
know
not.
what you're saying exactly. I
Blue
mean, I
already
do. I
agreed to
understand
that
what
shit
you're
a minute
saying.
ago. So whatever. I'm not playing this goofy game you guys got going on.
It's not a
Hey,
game, man.
Hey, Jeremy, I just want to say I totally get what you're saying. I mean, I can literally like visualize it. I totally get what you're saying. If you roll that, if you send that drone, like if you took a camera above the drone and the merry-go-round, and you put like like let's say like a can of paint dripping from the drone, and you just literally just flew it as far as it can go before it died, and then you're saying, okay, we know that it can only travel 1 meter, like because that's how quick of a burst of energy it had. But on a merry-go-round, that dripping, like that paint, that trail will represent that it flew like 5 meters, when technically that's not even like something that it can do. It would, but technically it would have had to travel that far. So I get what you're saying. Like totally, I get what you're saying. I can literally like visualize what you're saying. And correct me if I'm wrong. That if that's not what you're saying. Like I don't know. I just very simple to me, I guess.
Jeremy, if you want to have this discussion one-on-one sometime, we can do it. Now's not the time.
I'm just like surprised that you guys aren't like getting what he's saying. I think I
I do.
understand what he's saying.
I get it. I'm like, if you got a merry-go-round like in a room, and you rotate that merry-go-round, and you got a drone flying above it, the drone is now in the non-inertial, non-rotating reference frame, and the roundabout is rotating, and you got two separate reference frames there.
But now imagine if that drone was dripping paint, and on the spinning world, if
It
you
doesn't
had it,
matter.
if you had no, it does matter, because if it's flying over in that particular reference frame, then if that paint was dripping, it would actually look like it traveled all the way around the merry-go-round. Like once it stopped, and then you like went to the evidence, okay, where did it travel? Then you would have a long drip paint worth of travel. But he's saying like, but what if it only had so much fuel to go to one point to another? So then in your paradigm, how does this reference frame make sense that you're able to go like point A to point B, but the world's spinning beneath you? Because that would actually make you travel farther than what you actually are trying to travel, because you would have to account for that spinning below you or whatever, or you above it. I don't know. Maybe it makes too much sense. Maybe that's why you guys don't get
I
it.
don't know. Maybe you need to be drunk in order to understand it.
Or maybe you just need to fucking have half a brain. I don't
No,
know.
you.
Maybe maybe,
need to like
I don't know.
you
Maybe,
need to be like
maybe,
trained how to, you know, like go to
may,
pilot school and learn how to do
oh,
this shit
right. So pilots know.
instead of listening to
Pilots know.
Jeremy.
All right, guys. All right.
So
Relax.
pilots know, but
Yes,
okay,
pilots
but
know.
not Jeremy. Okay,
You know,
pilots know what?
Blue Marble here is a CFI, CFII, so you should probably listen to him. He knows
Good,
what he's talking about.
good for him. I'm
Yeah.
not going to discredit. I'm not going to discredit or discount the fact that he has been indoctrinated and brainwashed to believe whatever they need to make him believe. I don't give a. I don't. I
It's
don't
not
doubt that.
It's taught. It's taught
Let
how
me,
to
let,
flight
hey,
plan.
Jerry.
What's the shortest route over the surface of a sphere?
Yeah. It's the Coriolis thing that is the confusion and the two different reference frames. But Jeremy, can I ask you a question?
Coriolis has
Sincere.
shit to do with great circle routes. Absolutely shit to do.
Well, I was just going to ask Jeremy. I mean, say you had a road that went from the North Pole to the equator, and you drive a car down the road. It's gonna trace the same path that the airplane does from the inertial non-rotating reference frame.
Dude, whenever there's Coriolis
Yeah.
effect, hold on. Whenever there's Coriolis effect, there's a deviation. If you were dripping paint from the plane, like APOC keeps saying, I'm not mixing up reference frames. I don't know why you keep saying that. There's two things happening at the same moment. One of them is happening in the inertial frame. The other is happening in the non-inertial frame, the rotating one, the merry-go-round, the Earth, whatever you want to do. There's going to be a deviation in their path, no matter what, because there's the Coriolis effect, and that's what the Coriolis effect is, the deviation in paths. So there's going to be two different lines traced. One of them is going to be in the inertial path. The other one is going to be in the non-inertial path. They're going to be two different lines always. When you fly the 1 meter straight, hold on. When you have the drone in the center and you fly it 1 meter straight, and you make a straight line in the inertial path, because the drone only has enough gas to fly 1 meter, you can trace a 100-meter line out on the non-inertial path. It'll always be a path as long as if you fly it straight in the inertial frame, as long as that thing is rotating and the Coriolis effect is happening, it will be a curved path on the ground. But we know that the inertial frame is the shortest distance you can travel, because if you now have to curve that path to go 1 meter out from the radius, it's going to be a longer distance. If you have a radius and you have to take a curved path to get from the inside of the circle to the outside of the circle, newsflash, that's a longer distance, guys. This is simple, like geometry.
The problem
and basic.
The problem here, Jeremy, is that your air is not moving with your merry-go-round. That's your one of the problems.
It doesn't matter.
The other problem
Hold on, can I address that? Can I address that first?
Yeah, please address that.
All right, thanks. Anywhere where there is the Coriolis effect, this happens. It doesn't matter if air is moving with it or it's only a little bit out of lock, if it's only a little bit out of sync. As long as there's the Coriolis effect, there will be these two different paths. It doesn't matter if the air is moving with or without the Earth. It's irrelevant. If you have a Coriolis effect, you got two different paths. Plain and simple. This is basic Coriolis stuff, guys.
So
that's not it,
if I draw
plane.
Go ahead.
Yeah, one at a time, guys. One at a time, please.
Because the plane, like I said, if you shot a bullet from the North Pole to the equator, you would definitely have to lead it and guess where your point would be after a certain amount of flight time, blah, blah, blah. But with the airplane, I can drive a car down a straight road from the North Pole to the equator, and I can also get in my plane and fly that road straight from the North Pole to the equator. It's the same thing.
We talked about this, Jeremy.
Is the car doing the Coriolis effect while it's attached to the ground?
Yeah, it's just moving. It's just moving with the surface. It's just going along with it because it's all.
Yeah, so there's no deviation. Does the car experience the Coriolis effect as it travels or no?
Yes.
But from the inertial frame, you would see that car deviating. Yes, it would have that same curved path that the airplane would from the inertial frame.
1 second. A car at the North Pole has how much eastward velocity?
Yeah, I don't know if you guys know what Coriolis effect is.
A car at the North Pole would have 0 eastward effect. A car at the equator would have 1,000 miles
No,
per
this
hour
ain't about
eastbound.
cars.
Well, I'm talking about
No, this
cars for
ain't
a
about
second. We're
cars.
driving
This
cars.
is about
The car
the
has to make
Coriolis
up that
effect.
difference. The car has to make up
Dude,
that
this is
difference
about
somehow. It just makes up a very little bit.
this is about the Coriolis effect.
What is the Coriolis effect?
We're talking about moving objects
Uh-huh.
over a non-inertial reference frame, a rotating reference frame.
Which is a car driving from the North Pole to the equator.
Okay, well, I already have an example of a drone. Why can't we just use the drone? I feel like it's more analogous since
Well, the problem
we
is,
have
I told
planes
you,
and we have
one
drones.
is that the air is not moving, and second one is the shortest distance between those 2 points would be if you drew a line if you drew a line on the floor of the merry-go-round and the drone flew that line, it would still only fly a meter.
I don't know what you're talking about. If the car, dude, why are we talking about? I'm not talking about cars. If you want to talk about cars, go ahead. I'll back out. I don't know.
No,
This
cars
isn't
and
about
drones are the
cars.
same thing. I mean, that you're saying that the car
Cars and
doesn't have.
drones are the same thing.
Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, they travel
Oh,
from the
okay.
North Pole to the south to the equator. They have to come up with 1,000 miles per hour somehow.
I don't care. I'm not even talking about anything about that. I'm talking about the deviation, the left to right deviation from the Coriolis effect. It's really simple, guys. You got a drone. This isn't about cars. I don't know if the cars has Coriolis effect, whatever. It's not relevant.
Why wouldn't it?
It's not relevant. We're talking about drones and planes, moving objects above. Moving objects above a rotating reference frame. The
We talk
Coriolis.
about, but what something on the rotating reference frame that would not be the same thing?
Save your breath, Jeremy, because we can't hear a word you're saying anyway.
I mean, it's real simple. There's enough. Did you hear all this? I'm not going to say it again. I don't want to bore you guys. Go ahead, you guys. This is like simple geometry and Coriolis effect. This isn't even anything that complicated. This is like basic stuff. It's physics. Anytime there's the Coriolis effect, it doesn't matter if the air is moving with or without the atmosphere. If you have the Coriolis effect, you'll have this deviation in the paths. The actual path that the object takes is in the inertial frame, and that would not carve out a geodesic or a great circle route like they fly planes on globes. The shortest path would trace out a curved path on the rotating reference frame. It would never be a great circle route.
It's a great circle route. That's the shortest.
It would never be a great circle route.
It is the great circle route.
Debunks the globe.
No, because we do it all the time. Airplanes do it all the time. It is the shortest route distance between 2 points. You are either, airplanes are not ballistic.
Not when there's the Coriolis effect is
airplanes
involved.
Are not.
There's two different paths.
Airplanes are not ballistic.
I know they're adjusting for the Coriolis effect to stay on that great circle route, which is the longer path in the inertial frame, which means it's going to take.
Circle route is minor.
Which means it's going to travel more of a distance.
The great circle route is a minor effect compared to the winds.
Jeremy, hold on, bro. It's not fair to make him try to mod his own combo, and you're interrupting him repeatedly. So
that's why I said can't hear a word. Jeremy just basically flipping the whole time.
Yeah.
Like this is. Go ahead. I don't know.
The airplane does have to adjust for Coriolis because the main driver of the winds on the Earth is the Coriolis effect. So if you want to say that the planes have to account for the Coriolis effect, yes, because of winds. The Coriolis effect itself is a minor effect compared to the winds.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They're adjusting for the Coriolis effect the whole time, which means they're taking a curved path in the inertial frame, and they're flying a great circle route. I understand this. Do you understand that?
Well, they're flying the Great Circle Route. Okay, over the surface of the Earth, they're flying the Great Circle Route. That's correct.
Okay, do you understand in the inertial frame, they're actually taking a curved path left to right?
No one cares about the inertial frame.
I can tell you why we should care about the inertial frame.
Oh, please tell me.
Okay, here's why we should care about the inertial frame. Because that's the frame of the actual distance that the object takes through space. I detailed that earlier with the drone and the merry-go-round. I don't know if these guys really want to hear that again.
But it isn't. But the only thing we care about is the distance between takeoff and landing. the rotation of the Earth is not that big a deal compared to the winds and all the other things that we have to do. We fly the shortest distance between 2 points, which is a great circle route over the surface of a sphere.
I'm sorry, but the Great Circle Route is not the shortest distance when the Coriolis effect is involved. It will never be on a when it's a great circle on a non-inertial frame. That'll never be the shortest distance when Coriolis is involved.
It is actually, again, because the Coriolis is a very small effect. We're talking about an object with a radius of 3959 that rotates once every 24 hours. Now, take your merry-go-round and rotate it once every 24 hours.
It doesn't matter. Whenever the Coriolis effect, you know what? It's not.
Yes, it does matter, Jeremy.
This is basic physics, basic geometry.
No, it's not. It's basic.
Coriolis.
It's basic airline planning. Crazy. It's basic flight planning.
Okay, there's a radius. Okay, did you hear about the drone that can only fly 1 meter because that's all the gas we put in it?
Is the thing rotating once every 24 hours, or are you rotating it at some like high revolution speed?
We're rotating it. We'll rotate it once every 24 hours. That's fine. We should rotate it faster just so we can have a better example, but we can rotate it once every 24 hours. That's fine.
Then what will the difference be between the path you say is the shortest and the path and the Great Circle Route?
The shortest path is when you do a straight line in the inertial path. Because we only put... Let me explain why. We're going to put 1 gallon of gas in this drone, and then it's going to fall to the ground. We know exactly how much gas to put in it. We're at the center. We fly it out 1 meter. It drops, hits the edge, right? This thing can only fly 1 meter in reality. This is the actual distance it can travel. That line will trace out a radius on the circle. So now there's a radius on the circle, okay? Now we're going to start rotating it. We're going to reset. We'll start rotating the merry-go-round. If you fly out straight, same path you did last time, that's going to cause the line to be curved left to right on the non-inertial frame, the merry-go-round. Do you understand that?
Do you have the math to support this position, or are you just kind of saying this is the way I think it would be?
That's how it works, bro.
No. So Mike, I asked a very simple question. Do you have the math to support this position, or are you saying this is the way I think it would be?
I mean, you can go just any basic demonstration of the Coriolis effect shows this.
Did I ask a simple question, which you've...
I don't have the math. No.
Okay, thank you.
I don't have the math. But any basic you want me to find, like, any basic Coriolis demonstration shows this. They'll draw the lines out.
Well, let me see the
They'll
math.
give you different camera views. There's tons of them.
Let me see the math.
You really need me to find one? I don't have the math.
You don't have the math. So you really
don't have the math.
You just sort of feel it.
This is qualification, not a quantification. I don't know how much the deviation is going to be, but I do know there will be deviation, and because there's a Coriolis effect.
If you're going to change aviation, you better come up with some freaking numbers, because that's the first thing they're going to ask you is, well, how much does it change, and what's the difference? Why should I fly a different route than the way we've been flying for 100 years?
You shouldn't, because Earth's not rotating. The point is,
Earth is rotating.
The point is,
Earth is rotating.
Listen, the point is, listen, just hold on, Paige. This is basic Coriolis. If you fly straight in an inertial frame, that will trace a curved path out. In the non-inertial frame, it may be a slight curve, it may be a long curve. It depends on how much the math says. Okay, do you get that? It's like simple. Everyone gets that. That's basic Coriolis demonstration.
You keep saying how simple it is, and then you say you don't have any math. You don't have any proof. You have no idea how much you would save. You have no idea that you just keep on saying, well, this is the way it looks to me because reasons. You don't have math. Come on, you're going to need some numbers. You can't just say, I think this is the way it is, and this is physics we're talking about. If you're going to convince the airlines to change the way they fly, you better have some freaking math.
My son.
Now take care of your kids.
Yeah, I'm not trying to change the way airlines fly or do anything crazy. I'm just explaining in detailing how basic Coriolis works. That's all. There's a little bit of geometry sprinkled in there with some Coriolis. I got a radius going on.
Geometry is math again, but You just have some sort of, well, it looks to me like this is the way. You don't have any numbers to say how
Well,
much shorter it is. Don't.
it-
I mean, this you would need to.
It's
You would
not.
need this.
It's not. It's a qualification, not a quantification. We're doing right now. I'm just trying to detail about how much the line's about, not how much the line's going to bend, but if the line is even going to bend, if it happens, and we know that it will happen because that's how the dude. What, bro? I'm done. I'm good on this. Whatever is happening right here. Yeah.
Nope. Come up with some math, Jeremy. If you say it's a simple geometry, then fine. Let me see some math. Let me see some geometry. This is
You don't
physics
need
we're
math
talking
for
about.
this. You
This
don't
is
need math for
physics
this.
we're talking about. We're not, if you come up with a better way, I mean, if you can see, like you say, the airlines took a peanut out and saved hundreds of thousands of dollars. If you have a better way of doing this, then fine, publish it. We'll start calling it the Jeremy route or something.
Okay.
That's not even
It doesn't matter. It doesn't really matter what the math says. The fact is,
doesn't.
if you have a radius, hold on, Pape. You have a radius from the center of the circle to the outer part of the circle. If you fly in a straight line, 1 meter, that's the distance. If you trace it out on the ground while the merry-go-round starts spinning, it's going to be a longer distance. It's going to look
How
like
much
you went
longer?
more. It doesn't matter.
Yes,
Longer.
it does.
If you spin it slow, it'll be not much longer. If you spin it super fast, it could be crazy longer. That's math that we don't need to do right now.
Yes, you do. If you're going to say it's going to be longer, you better come up with some math. All right, now you have the only way you say now is I think it's longer. It looks to me it's longer, but I don't have any math to tell how it's longer. I haven't measured it.
Yeah.
No,
Anyways,
this is important, Jeremy. This is how science works. This is, you need some math.
is anyone good with animations? Because an animation would actually solve this. You don't really need to do math for this. If somebody could visualize it, they'd be able to see this really good.
That's just CGI. Can't have animations. That's not real.
Now you guys are gonna love it. I mean, there's plenty of demonstrations on this, bro. There's plenty of basic Coriolis demonstrations detailing what I'm saying about how it's straight in the inertial path and curving in the non-inertial path. Like, this is not even anything crazy that needs to be quantified at all. He's just being absolutely ridiculous right now.
No, Jeremy, I'm not being ridiculous. And by the way, doesn't it suck when someone throws your own BS back at you?
Dude, you're the only one here doing BS, bro.
No,
Animations are not reality.
the guy who talks and said you can't show the animation because that would just be CGI. I thought that was rather.
Yeah, animations are not reality.
Yeah, the difference is we can show hundreds of demonstrations of this happening. People here have made demonstrations of that exact thing happening.
You got any crayons lying around, Jeremy?
I'm gonna, you know what?
Here's some
How
kids in
about
the
a ruler?
background. You got any crayons?
I know
Yeah.
better than ask you for math, SE,
I'm gonna do
because
it, Chris.
you're even worse math than Jeremy.
I don't know if I got any printer paper, but
Get some paper and draw it.
I do got mad crayons though. Markers, colored pencils, all types of shit.
Use blue for stationary and use red for spinning. Did you see the one I did with the hump and the drop in crayons? My meme?
Oh, please. You can go back to
It's
your,
like my Mona Lisa
stuff
moment.
again. Didn't we debunk that like 5 years ago already? It works very well on the curved Earth. On this,
I'm just messing around a bit.
Yeah.
He has to draw it out because it's people are not getting it.
Sorry, I'm late, guys. Kosha's mom had me tied up. Shit show Saturday, right?
Wait, Koshu had you tied up? What?
Kosho's mom. She's
That
got a
makes no
long.
sense.
She likes to do these types of things.
Wait, is Kosho here?
No, we sent them to Chuck E. Cheese for a bit to go play.
Or you can't talk about his mom unless he's here to defend herself.
Okay, I'll try to come up in a minute. Hold on.
Jeremy, look at the voice chat text one. I give you some inspiration. You need one of these.
Wait,
That looks like the hat from Monopoly.
Yeah, I never said I was an artist. New Perspective has not a bad one there.
Feels like a Mexican standoff or something.
that to done.
What are you blabbering about, extremists?
Mic check.
My chick.
Oh, hey, Jeremy, if you're still there, did you ever find that dynamic system we're talking about? Just remember that. Dynamic metal O-ring system, that is.
Is that the DMROS?
I guess, yeah. Typical American. You want to abbreviate everything. Did you ever figure out what outgassing is, Blue?
Yo, what are you guys doing? Don't fall asleep.
Just asked you a question. You were the one gone.
Bro, this Coriolis thing's a body bag. This is basic, simple Coriolis stuff, bro. It takes a straight line in the inertial path. It takes a curved line on the non-inertial path. It doesn't need to be quantified. That's just the qualification of it. That's how it happens.
Well, then you need some proof of this other than I think it looks that way.
Anyone can just search a Coriolis demo. They usually show it from both frames, and they'll trace the path out so you can see how it curves in one and doesn't curve in the other.
Please link me to one of these scholarly videos.
I'm good, dude. I'm good. If you can't find them, I don't know what to tell you.
That kid Blue should have been a comedian, man. I tell you. Listen to this joke. I schooled you on it once already today. Did it wear off that quick? There's a Southern joke right there. Of course, delusional, but still funny.
Guys, don't go anywhere. We're gonna get popping in 1 second, bro. I just gotta put this grocery order in. Keep it going, Essie. Keep them on their toes in here.
No one's going anywhere. We're getting into O-ring talk now. Professor Parks is here.
I'm looking for a vacuum chamber with I saw one somewhere a couple of days ago that actually had like a little winch in it and the shaft going through the housing, and you crank the winch from the outside. And I'm hoping I can find that and see how they sealed that shaft. So that
Well,
would be an example of it working, right? And same kind of situation, right?
I'd like to see it, Left Lane. You know, I'm open-minded, right? I don't. If it is, it is. Jeremy says he found one, but so far it's just a couple of words on a website, and he dug a little deeper. I don't think he found anything, but
I
see
didn't
when
look
he
too
comes
hard,
back.
but I didn't look too hard.
He didn't look too hard, huh?
And I don't know what kind of meat you want, but meatballs are over $8. So, what kind of meat you want? You want some of this dirt? I don't know. All right. What'd you say? What kind of meat you want?
You're hot miking, Jeremy.
Making me hungry.
Yeah. Hey, Professor, if you have any knowledge of outgassing, please pop in.
You know, there is an interesting thing. Some people can take a bell flask or just, I think they call it a bell flask. I'm not positive, but it's just a flask, and they'll squirt a layer of oil down on the table, and they just turn that flask upside down, and you can actually pull a vacuum on it, and all that's sealing it is the oil where the glass meets the table.
Yeah, somebody was telling me about that. As a matter of fact, who was it? And somebody that I trust. Was it Buster or was it Mobius? I forget. They were telling me about a certain, but it only reached, I think, not a big vacuum, but something like that, like a seal. Yeah. and they put it on the rim, and somehow that sealed it. But that was a very low, it wasn't a very high vacuum.
Right.
But I have heard of what you're saying. Yep. But now we're talking orders of magnitude greater. And the thing is that it's that dynamic part that makes it so,
Well, it's just like where they're, quarter turning that crank to open and close that shutter. Whoop, what's this?
Yeah, you know that the O-ring is depressed in the system, right? I don't know if you're aware of that.
Yeah, it'll fit in the it'll fit in a groove in the housing, and the shaft itself may or may not have a groove in it, and a lot of them don't. The shaft just fits. It's just a snug fit. You push the shaft through the O-ring, and that's what seals it.
Blue, stop playing peanut gallery. Get your butt in here. Stop misrepresenting me. He says, I think that the O-rings are going to evaporate. I didn't say that, Blue. Come on. Get it out. I said they would fail. I didn't say they would evaporate. That's right, Professor. It kind of defeats the purpose. Uh-huh. The professor's getting it, Blue. Just for the record, Professor, in case Blue doesn't tell you this, an expert on vacuum chambers says that if you go lower than 10 to the minus 6, rubber O-rings are no longer sufficient because they would outgas and fail. And they have to use metal O-rings after 10 to the minus 6 torr.
Like Blue was saying, once they outgas and all the gas has come out that's going to come out, then it stops outgassing.
Yeah, it fails. That's when
No,
it
it
fails.
doesn't fail. The rubber's still there. It doesn't cause it to fail.
Yes, it does. The integrity, it becomes like a marshmallow.
No,
It's
you're
integrity.
thinking
Yeah.
about UV and oxidation, stuff like that will deteriorate the rubber, but outgassing doesn't cause it to deteriorate.
Yes, it does. And that's only one of the things. We have the heat, the cold. Yeah. You guys just haven't thought it through. Yeah, that's the one. 7 holes. Yep. 14 O-rings. Up there for over 20 years without one record of maintenance. That checks out. That'll do it.
You
That'll work.
understand that when they did this, they didn't just go to Home Depot and buy some really cheap O-rings, right?
Yeah, there was special super duper NASA ones. Yeah.
Yeah, actually, some really high spec things.
It's only one problem. There's
What?
no rubber in existence that could stand more than 10 to the
It's not.
minus 6 torr, according to an expert who
It's not
builds them
rubber.
from scratch.
It's
He
not
built
rubber.
at least 2 of them.
It's
Yeah.
not rubber.
Whatever. And any non-metallic substance, whatever, rubber, silicone, you name it. If it's not a metal at greater than 10 to the minus 6 torr, it will fail, according to the expert. Now, maybe you know better.
So
Well,
do you have the citation for this, or
think about wheel seals on a car. I see that's a rubber lip, got a metal housing that holds it in the hub, but it's just a rubber lip that is spring loaded onto the shaft, and it just, I mean, you can put it on the shaft before you put it in the housing and wiggle it around. It's just a rubber lip that touches the shaft, and that's what's holding the grease in your hubs on your car, rolling down the road. You know, I don't know how hot they get, probably upward of 200 degrees, but I mean, that's a whole lot more severe application than a window crank on the ISS.
No worries. Maybe we can take one of those tires and put it in one of those chambers and see what would happen. According to this guy, he even specifically says about a tire. He says, you know what would happen? It would start inflating, and once the strength of the I forgot what he called it. You know, the lining in between. I think he called it some sort of material that's in the tire. Anyways, once that goes, kaboom! There goes the tire. Will not withstand. Will not.
You think about your tires. I'm running 120 psi in my truck tires. Cars run at about 35 psi, and the difference is less than 15 psi between Earth's atmosphere and a vacuum.
It's not equivalent.
The tire shouldn't blow up.
Yeah, well, according to this expert, it's not equivalent. It's not a fair equivalence because that tire, right, is in Earth's atmosphere, Earth's pressure, right? It's not 10 to the minus 12 torr, and it's not constantly going from plus 200 degrees Celsius to minus 200 degrees Celsius every 90 minutes for 20 years. So it's hardly analogous.
What do you think the psi in the tire would be? Say you took a tire, a flat tire. It's just at the surface of the Earth we call it flat, so it doesn't have any pressure in it. And if you take that tire and wheel up into space where it is negative 12 to 10 to the negative 12 pressure, how much gauge pressure would you read on that tire?
I don't know how much gauge pressure you would read on the tire. All I know is the tire would fail catastrophically.
No, it wouldn't. It would read the amount of difference between the surface of the Earth and the vacuum, which would be 14.7 psi.
If you say so, definitely.
Yeah, I mean it can't build any more than that. It can't build any more pressure in that tire than it was at the surface when it was flat.
The reason why the tire doesn't explode on Earth is because there's Earth pressure pushing back against the tire. But in a condition where there is nothing pushing back, that thing will fail. Absolutely 100%. 10 to the minus 12 torque. I'll bet you anything you want. Name the
You
price.
lose on that one, Nessie. I'm sorry.
Hey, if
It's
there's
just
somewhere we can find the chain, first of all, you know, we can't find, we cannot achieve that pressure here on Earth, right?
well, we can get close. You know, we
Well,
can
not,
get close to that.
not really. Not really.
Yeah.
You know that big old steel one they have? The huge one there with the door that weighs
Yeah.
1,000,000 pounds?
Yeah, Sandusky.
Yeah, that's the one. How much do you think that one goes to?
I don't know. I would think somewhere like 10 to the negative 6 torr. I think. I'm not sure.
That's what I recall. Yeah, around that. Around that. Now,
Which
do you
is
think there's a big difference
pretty
between
close.
10? You think that's close?
Yeah, that's pretty close to zero. I mean, that's
Nah,
very close to zero.
nah. It's six orders of magnitude greater. Do you know how much
Well,
each order of magnitude is, Left Lane?
well, this magnitude thing is this. It's I don't know. I don't understand the disconnect. Why just because it's 10 to the negative 12 or 10 to the negative 6, they're both numbers are very near zero. There's not that much difference in them.
No, bro, you're wrong. Listen, I didn't make it up. I didn't make up the torr scale. An
No, I
order of
know,
magnitude. You know what
but
that
I
is?
was
One.
like I used the line. You know, we're not talking about pressure, just just for the concept. You take a 1 inch line on a piece of paper, and it's 1 inch. One end is 0 to 1 inch. So the greatest difference is 1 inch, right? So let's look at what is 10 to the negative sixth of an inch and put a mark on that line if you can. I don't know that we could be that precise. And then you go put a 10 to the negative 12 or 12 what is that? To 12 trillionths of an inch. They put a mark there. You can't distinguish the marks. You can't even see where the marks are on that 1 inch line. That would represent the difference. You know, it's like it's so fine, so minute. It's nearly insignificant. It doesn't. It's
Yeah, you don't know how off you are, man. By orders of magnitude, you're off by orders of magnitude, Left Lane.
that doesn't make it a great pressure difference. That you can say orders of magnitude all you want and whatever divisions, but the greatest difference between 1 and 0 is 1 and 0. 10 to the negative 6 and 10 to the negative 12 are between 1 and 0.
Yeah, whatever. You're just not gonna get it, man. It's cool. I understand you're thinking 0 to 1. So just showing that you have no clue how this pressure stuff works. I didn't either till I looked into it. So you know, it's up to you, man. You want to keep thinking that? It's fine. Or you can look into the people that actually make the chambers, discuss the O-rings, talk about the pressures, or you could just keep thinking it's from 0 to 1. I mean, that's up to you. I mean, try as you may, you're not gonna change physics. You can't change how rubber outgases. You can't change the fact that you need metal O-rings if you want to achieve greater than the 10 to the minus 6 torque. You can't change that. You can say all the things you want, but this physical thing you cannot change, brother. I'm sorry, man. It's just the way it is. If you go down in the ocean, you come back up fast, you're going to get the bends. You're not going to change that no matter what you say or do, right? These are certain physical things that are set. You cannot change it, bro. like you should at least give some time, pause, and say, "Wow, could I have been fooled? Is this possible? Could there be like a dynamic O-ring system in rubber?" But you have experts saying that it can't happen. So how are they doing it? And on top of that, even if they do it with the seal is dynamic. It's an O-ring. That means it compresses in place. That means when they open the shutter, it has to turn. Now, just out of logic, forget about the pressure. 20 years up there, that thing turning. Don't you think that that should be changed? I mean, just logic, man. Left lane, look at this thing, man. Look at this thing, man. It looks like if you explode a bomb next to it, you won't even dent it.
Let me see. Hang on a second.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a pretty hefty vessel. Is that a vacuum chamber?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't doubt it. Any, I mean, you know, you could do it in a small glass vessel on your desk. It's got a small surface area. But if you get any size to it, you got to consider, you know, that 14, 15 PSI per square inch turns into 2,000 PSI per square foot, or on a 10-foot area, that'd be 21,000 pounds per 10 square foot. I mean, that's a fucking lot. It's like putting a car on a 10 square foot area. You know, that's how much pressure is pushing on it.
Yeah, look at that thing. How many zippers you see on it? Left lane?
I don't see no zippers.
Why'd you think that is?
I don't know. What does that thing do? Ultra high vacuum furnace, thermal vacuum application. Yeah, I would expect that to be just like it is right there.
Uh-huh. Now, is there any
Yo, why
difference
don't you just
between
make
that?
it? My bad.
Go on,
Actually, I was gonna
Jeremy.
say, why don't they just make it stupid cold? Make it stupid cold inside the chamber, and all the gas would just fall, and you could just sweep them up.
But look at that thing and look at a spacesuit, for example. They look similar, no? Now, why bother putting all those bolts there? Why didn't they just put a zipper there? Save all that bolting.
You understand the difference between compression forces and expansion forces?
Nah, never heard of it.
Okay, well, compression forces are much less tolerated than expansion forces, like the tire pressure in your tire or inside a Coke can. You know, but if you suck the air out, it crushes.
See any zippers on Coke can?
Again, the compression. You're talking about the difference between a compressive force and an expansive force. You don't need a zipper on a Coke can because, you know, well.
Why not? They came up with Coke Light, Coke Ultra. Why not Coke Zip? Make it easy for you. And zip it back up.
I'll tell you what, you go ahead and patent that and see how it works.
Yeah, I'll be laughed out of the room. And you know that.
See, I posted there. See, that's an example of how O-rings would seal on the shaft. That's a cylinder of some sort. Maybe it's pneumatic. Could be hydraulic. Looks like maybe a pneumatic cylinder. It's got an O-ring on the piston. and then it's got another O-ring on the shaft that goes through that gland packing at the end of the shaft, at the end of the cylinder there. And that's basically what I was talking about earlier. Hydraulic cylinders are more beefy glands than that. You know, they'll have some copper wiper rings and you know, it's a little more hefty, but the part that does the seal is the rubber, the O-ring.
Yeah, that's my whole point. That's the part
Yeah.
that's exposed to the elements. Yeah.
Well, that's an application there where a shaft is moving in and out however many times it's cycled in a day or whatever. But the ones on the ISS that you're talking about, there, I think it's like a quarter or a half turn handle that opens and closes those shutters.
Those
So it's
turn.
like
That's correct. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not like it's working in and out and back and forth and turning high rate of speed. It's just
No, it's,
you know, just turning the handle.
yeah, it's not a linear motion. It's a circular motion.
Yeah, just rotation, torque.
That's right.
But
For 20
I don't-
years. For 20
I don't-
years.
Yeah,
Yeah.
That
No,
seal
no
is not
chance in
moving
hell.
for 20 years. It's like staying in one spot. You know, it's not just.
No, it's not sitting in one spot, and while it's in the O-ring configuration, it's actually compressed a little bit.
Yeah. Okay.
You realize that, right?
Yeah. Okay.
So when they turn it, what do you think happens?
When they turn what?
When they
The
turn
window
the
seal
handle
doesn't turn.
to open the shutter.
there's that vacuum chamber.
Yeah.
It's just sitting. It's just an open bell that sits on a rubber mat, and that's what forms the seal.
Yeah, but a very small.
Yeah, it's not a deep vacuum, but it still works. You know, I mean, and it's just the weight of that bell sitting on that rubber forms that seal and airtight. And
Yeah, but
I assume you
completely
could.
not relevant to anything that we're talking. Completely not relevant to the conditions we're talking about. Like not even close, right? This is in a room,
I'm just
temperature
showing.
controlled room. Yeah.
I'm just showing the situation that's involved in, you know, a 14-pound differential in pressure. It's not that difficult to seal off. You know what I mean?
I know exactly what you mean, but I just want to make it clear to everybody else it has nothing to do with what we're talking about, not even close. It's like we're talking about an airplane and you're showing a model airplane.
How did you become an expert in O-rings there, SC?
I never said I was an expert.
Oh, it sounds like you're an expert. I mean, you're coming up with critiques of how they built this thing, how they maintain it. I mean, you should be some sort of. I mean, you do obviously like have studied O-rings for what, multiple years now or something. You know, how they work and materials. You know, outgassing, like you said, you've studied classes in this, right?
No, I never said that. No.
Oh. Then what do you know about all this material science?
All I know is that rubber outgases. If you achieve a vacuum higher than 10 to the minus 6 torr, rubber no longer works.
How do you know
You
this?
need metal gaskets or seals.
How do you know this?
From an expert.
Oh, from an expert. And this guy
Yeah.
is who? He's like in he's done in work on for the space agencies and stuff.
As a matter of fact, he built 2 pressure chambers from scratch, and he explains everything, how we did it, everything from beginning to end.
And you have this citation, of course.
I posted the video many times.
Oh, would you please do it one more time for me?
For you, no, I won't do it.
Oh, fine, then. Well, I'll just have to bug you until you don't
If
know.
anybody else asks me, I'll do it in a split second, but for you, I won't do it.
Okay, well then I'll just tell you that you don't know shit because you aren't posting your source.
No worries.
Or you don't understand that which path it's going to trace in which frame, dude. Don't tell him he doesn't know shit.
He doesn't know shit. I mean, apparently he's an expert in O-ring space technology.
Did you say you heard it from an expert, or you are an expert? Because maybe I heard it wrong.
I definitely said I heard it from an expert.
Well, he hasn't posted this source, so as far as I'm concerned, he's just blurting it out.
You see, you're irrelevant to me, bro. So what you say doesn't really matter to me.
Got it.
Do you remember how much they said it reaches that one left lane, the one you have there?
Much pressure?
Yeah.
No,
Does it
I
even
didn't
reach
look at it.
1? 10 to the minus
Oh,
1? Does it even reach that?
oh yeah, it'll get below 1 psi. Yeah, I'm sure it would. You're getting below 1 psi is not that difficult, but when you start trying to suck all the molecules out is the hard part.
Yeah,
And the
I was
bigger
shocked.
the area, the more difficult it is.
Yeah, I was shocked in the stuff that they have, like oil vacuums, pumps, and all these ion, this and that, and like, yeah, really freaked out stuff. They gotta bake the chamber, and yeah. I just posted a thing explaining about the knife edges and the flanges and that. And these are one-time use, by the way. Check these one out, left lane. Look at this one. Kind of roboted there, bro.
I'm in a bad spot.
Now you're good. That was good. See that pump left lane?
Oh yeah.
$15,000 for that pump. That's another method. That's called an oil pump. But they don't like using that one apparently because it leaves traces of oil. That's another type. Now check out the metal. Look how thick that thing is, man. Look how solid that thing looks. This guy explains every single piece, how it works, what it does, everything.
This is from that video. But see, what puzzled me about it, the guy that was narrating that, you never saw him in this shop where all these things are being shown. He was in an inset talk in the
So
shop
you
there. It's kind of weird.
You question if it's legit.
I just felt it was kind of weird about what he was saying. I mean, why he was just an inset talking about like that's his shop and that's all of his his face in the shop. It's kind of weird.
Well, fair enough. You can make what you want out of it. To me, this guy sounds legit. That didn't sound like he was reading a script or any question they were asking him, like bam, 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 bam.
Yeah. No, I mean, he talked the talk for sure. I just found it strange that he wasn't actually in the shop that they were filming, and it never showed the guy's face in that shop. It just showed the equipment.
That's the guy you're talking about in the offset there, right?
Yeah.
Are you guys still on this O-ring thing?
Yeah. Fresh, the guy that makes the vacuum chambers. There's another one. I think he might be in that one. I'll check it out because he did a couple of these.
I'm telling you right now, we're gonna get this Coriolis shit straight if it kills me. But carry on with this O-ring thing. You got the metal O-rings with the dynamic joints.
Yeah. No, whatever. You can go with the Coriolis thing.
No, it's fine. No, Carrie, we got all week. Coriolis week. Is that what we're doing?
Be honest with you, I'm freaking fed up with the Coriolis. It's so simple.
Bro, it's debunking their you know how they say they fly in a great circle because that's the shortest path? That's not the shortest path. Bro, that straight line, if you trace a straight line in the non-inertial frame on the earth, on the ground, that means you had to take a curved path in the inertial frame. That curve, the inertial frame is what actually happens. Remember, that's when the ball actually goes straight. The ball can't actually go straight in the air and actually go straight on the ground. There has to be a differential there because there's the Coriolis is there. I don't know why heads aren't like.
I hear you, brother, but you're never going to convince them. They're going to keep telling you reference frame.
The ball is ballistic. The airplane is not ballistic. It's
There you
quite
go.
simple.
It doesn't matter. We can use a drone instead. Instead of the plane, you can use a drone. You can just fly a drone in a straight line if you want, or you can take a curved path on the drone.
If you take a curve, if you throw the drone, yeah, you have to lead. But if you fly the drone, no.
This isn't about having the lead or not. It's about how your great circle routes, the straight lines, meaning that. Come on, Paige. This is about the great circle routes, your straight lines, not curving left or right. Meaning, it's about those because if you're not curving left or right and you're going a straight line, you couldn't have also went a straight line in the inertial path, which is what the object really does. Like when we throw a ball or fly a drone or whatever we do, and we make it go in a straight line in the inertial frame.
Throwing a ball is ballistic. Flying a drone is not ballistic. There are differences between the two. You have to put all the correction into the ballistic object at the very beginning. You only get one shot at all the corrections. As you fly the drone,
Not
you make
relevant.
constant corrections. Yet totally relevant.
That's not
Plus, on
relevant
your
at all.
merry-go-round, the air is not moving with the merry-go-round. As you fly the drone south, if the air was moving with it, it would push the drone toward the direction of the spin.
I only said baseball because I was making SE remember what the ball's actually doing. This isn't about a baseball. It's about a drone, powered flight. Nothing to do, powered or ballistics. Nothing to do with it. You can make them.
Yes.
You can make them do the same path. You can make the drone. You can make the plane fly in a straight path, or you can make the plane fly in a curved path. It doesn't matter. You can do either one you want in the inertial frame, which is what's actually happening.
The path of travel that you're concerned with is on the surface that you're drawing the line. That's the only path that you're concerned with, the distance between 2 points. You don't give a shit what it is in the inertial frame. You want to know what it is in the non-inertial rotating reference frame. And the shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line. I don't care what other reference frame you look at, though.
That's absolutely incorrect. We know from my drone example where we give the drone only enough gas to fly 1 meter in reality, we know that we can make that path be tens of meters long on the non-inertial spinning frame, aka the merry-go-round or Earth. The non-inertial distance is not even that. It may be close, it may not be close, but it's not the actual distance the object traveled. You got it like backwards.
Yeah, the distance traveled would be the distance it traveled from whatever reference frame it's traveling in.
No, that's incorrect. There's 2 different distances it travels. It can either lead first of all, it's not traveling the distance of that great circle. In actuality, it's the inertial frame. It's traveling in a curved path, and it's longer than that straight line.
No one cares about this inertial path of yours.
That's the path where things are actually happening in. Like when you throw a ball in a straight line, and you're in the inertial frame, you see, oh look, it's going in a straight line. The guy in the merry-go-round thinks it's curving, but we know how to throw a ball in a straight line.
When you fire an artillery shell, no one cares about what path it travels. All they care about is that it gets to the place that you want it to get to.
All right.
And when they do that,
so whatever.
When they do that, they calculate it over the ground, calculating Coriolis, calculating spin, calculating temperature, winds, all this stuff, and they can only care about where you fire it off from and where it hits.
Okay, great. So what?
Well,
you're saying the Coriolis effect is happening. I'm agreeing with you for your argument. The Coriolis effect is happening. Yes, there's a deviation from the inertial and the non-inertial frame. I agree. I'm agreeing with everything that you're saying.
But then
you just have totally irrelevant stuff. It's like you're
they're
yo.
totally
Are you reading this off a piece of paper or something?
No,
I feel like you're reading this.
God, they're totally relevant for Christ's sake.
You're like
all that anyone gives a shit about is the only thing people care about is the distance between the 2 points. You seem to think that spinning around once per every 24 hours is going to cause you to take some sort of huge deviation across the surface of the Earth. It's not.
It's just going to be a small deviation, yet a longer path.
What you do care about, though, is also an effective Coriolis. It's called wind. That's an important part. Much bigger than the correction for the Coriolis itself is the cause. It causes winds.
You're trying everything.
No,
I know. The simple fact is, though, hold on. The simple fact is this is basic Coriolis, and if it traces a straight line on the non-inertial path, which that path is irrelevant. That's not the actual distance. We know in which frame the actual distance the object travels in. It's the inertial frame. We have a drone. We know it can only fly a meter with a gallon of gas. We fly it out straight. It goes a meter. It hits the edge. Okay, but on the non-inertial frame, that could trace out to tens of meters. We know that. We know which frame is the actual distance it traveled, and it's never going to be the same on the ground on the non-inertial frame as it is in the inertial frame whenever there's Coriolis effect.
Have you done this experiment of yours, or are you just doing some sort of thought experiment where you think it's going to do what you think it's going to do?
They detail this in every basic Coriolis example that you can find on the internet. They show you the path from the spinning reference frame, then they show you the path from the non-spinning reference frame. Sometimes they even draw lines and detail how sometimes the path is straight, sometimes it's curved.
But no one's ever done this drone experiment of yours.
It's the same thing.
I don't think so.
It's the same thing. If you throw the ball straight or if you fly the drone straight, would you agree we can throw a ball straight and fly a drone straight in the same path? It's literally the same exact thing. Like you're
no, it's
all
not,
right.
because
Go. You
one's-
can go back
one's
to the
ballis-
gaskets.
One's
Essie, 'cause I don't
ballistic and
know.
one's ballistic and one's not ballistic.
Yeah, but they both
Yeah,
go in the
that's
same
different
path.
things.
They both go in the same
No.
path, though.
No.
You're telling me I can't fly a drone straight and I can't throw a baseball straight,
When
running
you
parallel
throw-
with it.
when
That's
you throw-
impossible to do.
When you throw a baseball, you're going to lead because you're throwing it ballistically. You have to put in all the corrections at the very beginning. Flying the drone, you will not go in the ballistic path.
I can literally fly a drone or throw a baseball in the same path.
Well,
I don't know if you think
threw
we
the
can't do that in
baseball,
reality, but we can do that in reality.
If you threw a baseball, and I know we're not Superman, but if you threw a baseball from the North Pole to the equator, it's going to deviate whatever distance to the right. You're going to land at some longitude.
I don't know. You cut out. This
I
is like
dare you to
basic.
practice
This is
baseball.
But the plane or the drone, you can fly
we
that
might have
straight
missed
path.
what you heard, Left Lane. We might have missed something. You cut out for a little while. Maybe it was just me. I don't know.
Yeah, you might
Okay.
need to grab his earmuffs or something.
I'm out here in the desert.
I mean, this is basic Coriolis stuff I'm saying about which path it takes and which the distance it actually travels. And you guys have gotten everything wrong so far, and you're fighting me every step of the way on this, even though this is basic Coriolis stuff. Like, I honestly want to
Coriolis
stop.
stuff.
I honestly want to stop.
Basic
I
Coriolis
honestly-
stuff, Jeremy. So which non-inertial reference frame are you talking about?
The rotating reference frame, the merry-go-round,
And which
spinning
and which
merry-go-round.
inertial reference frame are you talking about?
The frame that the drone is flying in.
No, we're talking about real traveling on the Earth. Which inertial reference frame are you talking about?
Yeah, but we can't even. We need to get this drone example.
You do realize, Jeremy, that
so
there's
yo,
more
don't
than
cut
one.
me off, dude.
You do
Hey,
realize, Jeremy,
hey, yo,
there's
my
more
man.
than. Yeah, my man.
SC,
You
take
do
care.
realize that there's
Don't
more
interrupt,
than
man.
one.
Don't interrupt because you're going to get muted right away. That's one warning you're getting.
I know who you are, dude. I remember you. Anyways, we have to get this merry-go-round example straightened out because it details about which path and which distance we're actually the plane or the drone or whatever is actually flying.
Which inertial reference frame are you talking about? Because there are many inertial reference frames that you could reference, not just one.
Yeah, the path the plane's doing.
Again, you're not identifying which inertial reference frame with reference to what.
We can put it. What do you mean in reference to what? There's two reference frames. Inertial.
Well, that's what.
And
There's more than two reference frames, Jeremy.
Bro, you can't be doing this because I know your game. I know how you do it. This you start interrupting me and then you complain about how I'm going to start interrupting you, but I'm not going to do that. All right, we're just going to go one at a time. Now, with the Coriolis effect, there's an inertial and a non-inertial frame. When something's rotating and something's moving above it, whatever's moving above it is in the inertial frame. That inertial frame.
No, you're wrong, because there's an inertial reference frame and there's a non-inertial reference frame, but there are many inertial reference frames, not just one. So which one are you talking about?
The one the plane's in. There's the Coriolis effect. You have a moving object above a rotating surface. That's the non-inertial reference frame. The moving object, the object that's moving, that they're seeing the deviation. The people on the non-inertial reference frame, they see the deviation because there's an object moving. The object is in the inertial reference frame.
The object is in many inertial reference frames, not just one, not just two, not just three. In fact, it's in an infinite number of inertial reference frames. So which reference frame are you talking about? With reference to what?
The plane.
The plane doesn't define a reference frame.
The non-rotating reference frame. There's a rotating reference in the Coriolis effect. There's a rotating reference frame and there's a non-rotating reference frame.
And what is the reference point for the non-rotating reference frame?
What's your reference point?
That's what a reference frame
For the
means. Jeremy.
merry-go-round, for the merry-go-round and drone example, you can have a camera looking at it from above, drilled into the ground, so it's stationary, not rotating.
Yeah. So when we're talking about travel on the Earth, what's your reference point for the inertial reference frame?
Can't go to the Earth yet. You guys got to get this merry-go-round shit straight so that you can understand how it works and what paths trace where and what means what.
I don't give a shit about the merry-go-round. We're talking about real life things on the Earth, Jeremy. What's your reference point for the inertial reference frame when you're talking about the Coriolis effect on the Earth?
The merry-go-round is real. Like I said, I can't go to the Earth yet because we're not totally clear on what's actually happening here. I'm clear, but you guys aren't.
I am totally clear because when we're talking about the merry-go-round thing too, when you fly your drone above the merry-go-round, it's not moving in a reference frame like it is on the Earth. Like when we talk about Earth movement, we're talking about an aeroplane moving in the atmosphere, which rotates with the Earth. Does the atmosphere rotate above a merry-go-round like the merry-go-round rotates? No.
No.
So it's a really silly example.
No, it's actually perfectly analogous. Blue told me so himself. I'm just gonna stop engaging with you. I don't like your attitude. I'll talk to somebody else if they want, but I really don't like your. Maybe it's your voice. I don't know, but have fun. You can chat amongst yourselves.
Oh, but when we measure distances, we don't measure distances in the inertial reference frame, do we? We actually measure our distances in the non-inertial reference frame. When you measure the distance that drone flies, where are you measuring it from? From the merry-go-round point of view of the merry-go-round, or from the point of view of someone standing outside the merry-go-round?
So now you are interested in the merry-go-round? You do want to talk about the merry-go-round now, or I don't know. I'm good, bro. I'm good. Go ahead. You could talk with these guys if they want to talk to you.
Oh, so you really don't have any argument at all?
I got an awesome argument, but I'm not dealing with you. It's fine.
It just comes down to basically where you're taking your measurements from, though, doesn't it, Jeremy? Right? Because in reality, we don't take our measurements from the inertial reference frame. We actually take our measurements from the non-inertial reference frame, which is the rotating Earth. And the Coriolis effect doesn't change the distance between points any way at all, does it?
If it was rotating or non-rotating, it absolutely would change the distance. I can explain it to you if you're willing to give me a minute. If you have a drone and you're flying in the center of the merry-go-round and you only have enough gas to travel 1 meter in a straight line in this drone, you go out, you fly a meter, the drone falls, it hits the edge of the merry-go-round, right? You fly it in a straight line in the inertial frame because in reality, the drone can only fly 1 meter, right? In a straight line in the inertial frame. Do you agree?
Sure.
Yeah, and then if you start rotating the merry-go-round and you were to, I don't know, drip paint from the drone as it went over the path of the merry-go-round, that would be a curved path, right?
No, because it's flying directly from the center to the out. It would be a straight path.
Yeah, but the merry-go-round's spinning underneath it.
Yeah, but you're
It's the
flying with
Coriolis
the
effect.
path. You're flying the path. You're flying the line between the inner point and your point on the outer disc that you want to get to.
No, we're going in a straight line in the inertial frame.
Why are you going in a straight line in the inertial frame?
Because we can fly a drone like that. Because this is for this example. That's what we're doing.
Yeah,
we're flying in a straight line.
You can't because the winds on your merry-go-round would be blowing from in the direction of the spin.
There's no.
There's no winds. See, that's the
There's
problem.
no wind, yeah.
On Earth, there's winds. So your merry-go-round is an interesting argument, but it has nothing to do with flying on the globe. Because
and the point also
can I respond to that, please? Can I respond to that, please?
The point is
thank you. I'd love to respond to that, please. Absolutely love to respond to that. Thank you. This is just an example to detail on which frame is the actual distance that the drone travels. That's all this example is for.
which has nothing to do with the Earth because the winds would rotate with the speed of the rotation and to fly again to make your called straight path in the non-inertial reference frame, you would be fighting winds and you would use more gas than if you just went straight line across the floor of the merry-go-round.
So the pennies dropped for you, and you've now seen that it's the gray circle isn't the shortest distance.
It
Is that what you're agreeing to?
See, when you spin it, when you spin the merry-go-round, you don't increase. I mean, the fact that the Earth is turning does not increase the distance from London to LA at all. It's still the same distance. If the Earth were to stop suddenly, which would be bad for us, but let's just assume the Earth would suddenly stop rotating, the distance between Los Angeles and London wouldn't change.
Yeah, if you flew it, like right now you have the Coriolis effect. So there's two different paths, obviously. There's the path the plane takes in the inertial frame, and there's the path that you trace out on the ground, a great circle route in the non-inertial frame.
You understand those are the same path, just looked at from two different reference frames. They're flying the same path.
Yeah, cool. But one of them's straight and one of them's curving. You realize that,
they're
right?
the same path. You understand that they are the same path?
Yes, but one of them's straight and the other one's a curving path. In the inertial frame, it's curving, and the non-inertial frame, it's a straight line.
You understand they are the same path, correct?
Yeah, it's the same path in reality, but since you're viewing it from a non-inertial frame, it traces out a curved line or a straight line, and the inertial frame, if it's a great circle route, and the inertial frame is the actual distance you travel. I detailed that with the drone.
No.
This is why we had to go to the merry-go-round. If you have a drone on a merry-go-round, the drone can only fly 1 meter in reality. It can literally only move 1 meter. And then it drops to the ground because that's all the gas it has. We fly it from the center 1 meter out to the edge of the merry-go-round. That's the inertial frame. When you start spinning the merry-go-round, if you do that same thing, it's gonna go to the edge 1 meter, drop. It's going to trace a curved path out on the non-inertial frame.
Experiment?
If you want to trace a straight path out, that's going to be a curved path in the non-inertial frame, if you want to trace a straight path out in the non-inertial frame, like a great circle, you will be curving in the inertial frame and going a longer distance. That's not even a question. That's just how Coriolis works.
No, that second part that you said, it would be a curved path in the inertial frame, but it's not you going a greater distance. You're going the distance is in regard to your non-inertial rotating frame that you're in, the distance across the ground. That's your actual distance that you travel, regardless of what it looks like from the inertial frame.
We don't measure distances in the inertial reference frame, do we?
We can. We do have the ability to, though, as in with the merry-go-round example and the drone. We can measure the distance in the inertial frame, and we know that it's going in a straight line in the inertial frame. We actually know how to throw balls, fly drones. We can actually do stuff in straight lines. We only know it appears to curve because of the non-rotating reference frame. It's not an actual curve. The inertial frame is the only thing that matters. This great circle route is going to end up being your downfall.
You guys love drones on merry-go-rounds. The fact is that it might be an interesting. You haven't done this for one, so you have no idea how it's going to come out. And the second, the air
this is detailed. And can I address the first one?
Well, you could wait till he's finished and not interrupt him.
All right. You can interrupt me.
I'm only going to remember the first point. So
go.
Thanks.
Go.
Don't concern troll either. This is being modded perfectly fine. Thanks. But I'm sorry for interrupting. I just wanted to, before you make a whole list of shit.
Go.
What was your first point again? I forgot now already. Damn.
You haven't done this experiment for real. You guys love drones on merry-go-rounds. The air does not move with the merry-go-round. That's one of the problems you have with it. So while it might be interesting, and if it indeed comes out the way you say, but it will not transfer over to the Earth.
Blue said this transfer is fine because it's the same thing. You have the Coriolis. In either example, whether the wind is or isn't moving, it's irrelevant. It's just detailing how the Coriolis effect works and which paths trace out which way in which frames.
Well, fine. When you do this experiment, send me the video and
it doesn't
get some math with it too. You doesn't need some math, Jeremy. You need
Listen,
if you're going to if this is going to be the new Jeremy route, we're going to abandon Great Circle routes and we're going to fly the Jeremy route from now on. And we're going to save the airlines shitloads of money and everybody will be happy and you'll be the toast of the town. But until that time, you're going to need some math. You're not going to convince people just by some sort of thought experiment.
This
Okay,
isn't
let
a
him
thought
respond now.
experiment. This isn't a thought experiment. This is absolutely demonstrable and demonstratable in multiple Coriolis videos. They trace out the path of each object from each frame. Doesn't need to be quantified at all. It's a qualification of of if it deviates from a straight path or not, in which frame. It's a simple Coriolis stuff. Like, I don't know. It's in 100. I could find you 10 right now, probably. I'm not gonna because it ain't worth my time. But
it does need to be quantified. If you're going to convince people that the flying the Great Circle route is wrong, you're going to have to come up with something. Say you're going to save X amount of money by doing the new Jeremy route. You're going to get there X amount faster if you fly the Jeremy route.
Yeah, the point is the inertial frame. That is essentially your reality frame. That's what the object is actually doing. As in my drone example, when it can only fly a meter with the gas, we know that's what it actually. Even though you could go super slow over the merry-go-round and spin the merry-go-round crazy fast, and you only fly a meter in reality because it only has enough gas to fly a meter. But you can make that line in the non-inertial frame be hundreds of meters long. I'm guessing.
In reality,
the
in reality, it depends on which reference frame you're talking about as to the distance you fly. You could be flying a number of different distances depending on which reference frame you choose. Again, that curved path that your drone seems to be flying when you look at it from the rotating merry-go-round, that's not actually the shortest distance between point A and point B. It's a curved path, yes, but it's not the shortest distance.
I mean, I don't know how simpler to make this. If you're tracing a straight line or a great circle, that means in the inertial path you did a curving path. You didn't do a straight line. That means you went a longer distance. This is basic Coriolis stuff.
I'll tell you what, Jeremy. Like I said, you convince convince all the airlines that they're wrong and you're right with the new Jeremy path. You better.
I don't think that's really his point. I mean, I can't speak for him, but I think he's saying if the Earth was a globe, they would take this other path versus the one that they're actually taking. So you can't go, there's no purpose to go to airlines and tell them to fly on something that doesn't exist.
But right now they're flying Great Circle routes, which, guess what, only work on the globe. If the Earth was a flat disk, you would fly straight lines. And straight lines, they don't fly these. I mean, you can go, especially in the southern hemisphere. I mean, I can point you many routes that just the further south you go, the more ridiculous the flat Earth gets.
This isn't really about distances or anything like that. It's all not. I mean, it is about distances. Yeah, you're right. Because if you're tracing a great circle route, meaning you're not deviating left to right, that means in the inertial frame you are curving. And newsflash: the inertial frame is the frame where the distance is actual.
You have calculations to support this?
There's tons of examples on YouTube.
YouTube videos generally are not considered scientific. But
they're from colleges and stuff. All kinds of colleges do. MIT's got one, I think. There's tons of them.
Well, again, if you're gonna have a YouTube video, you usually need some math to convince people, especially in physics. They're funny about that.
They don't use math. The funny thing is they don't use math. They're just detailing how it works, about how the straight line.
Actually, they do use a lot of math in physics.
Not in the videos the colleges make, MIT and whatnot. They don't use math. They're just detailing how it works. They're showing you how it works. They're not detailing how much and every intricate aspect of it. They're just doing the basics, which is what I'm trying to tell you guys. But I'm like, somehow this like weird fight over the basics of Coriolis effect.
So let's do a thought experiment, Jeremy. So I want to take 6 months and do a tour of Australia. I start at the bottom of Australia in Victoria, and I gradually work my way up to the very tip of the northern part of Australia over the next 6 months. Now, in that 6 months' time, the Earth has moved halfway around the sun. Okay, so how far have I actually travelled? Have I gone 4,000 kilometres to the top of Australia, or have I gone 186 million miles to get to the top of Australia? Which one?
What else? We got anything else, guys?
Well, I mean, the shortest distance, according to you, is in the inertial reference frame, which means that I should take my position on one side of the sun and then go directly to the other side of the sun in the inertial reference frame, that being my shortest distance, which, according to you, is now 186 million miles to the top of Australia from the bottom.
You're gonna need a faster jet.
I am, aren't I? I mean, the reality is that we don't measure our distances travelled in the inertial reference frame. We measure it in the non-inertial reference frame. That's always the way it's been, and it's always the way it will be on Earth. We don't measure our distances from a reference frame in space, do we?
Depends on who you ask, apparently. It looks like Jeremy does.
Yeah, apparently so.
Yeah, I wasn't listening.
I better get a bigger fuel
carry
tank on
on
my
with those.
RV.
Yeah, sorry. Go ahead. Oh, or not. Okay. SC, did you have more about those O-rings?
I don't know. I mean, if anybody wants to discuss it further, I'm game. I'm sure, whatever. I think these guys go silent though when we talk about solid things like that. They'd much rather talk about, reference frames and stuff like that.
Now, we'd rather read scientific papers about NASA developing O-rings that work down to 10 to the minus 9 torr. Like real scientific papers that actually mention that, as opposed to fictitious experts that apparently say you can't.
Fictitious experts? Now, how much research have you done on this topic, sir?
Well, it only takes one scientific paper that we can read and present to you that says it'll work down to 10 to the minus 9 torr to refute your claim of your which expert is this again? Who is it?
So you have no clue. Fine, gotcha. Okay.
No, apparently you have no clue, because it doesn't take only a few minutes of research to find out that you're wrong.
Yeah, I really don't care to converse with you because the tone of voice you're taking is not exactly conducive to a mano-a-mano conversation, if you know what I mean.
Oh, so pointing out that there are papers that say that the rubber O-rings will work down to 10 to the minus 9 torr is me just having an incorrect tone of voice. I get it.
No, I'm with you, SE. I think we need to start modding more for some of this stuff. Just the nasty attitudes. Yeah, just the condescending, like, you're worthless, you're wrong, and I'm just going to pound you into the ground and keep telling you that is really not positive or conducive to anything positive. So, yeah, I agree. I'm not even saying that Paul's doing that much right now. In my viewpoint, I think he's got, no offense, a bit of a condescending, heavy tone, but that might just be the way he talks. I don't know, but...
All I'm saying is that I can go on the internet and find a paper that says that they will work down to 10 to the minus 9 torr. So now what?
Wow, no apologies, nothing like that. Just straight back to the point. It's just...
We're not interested.
Hear anything on the points they just told
not
you.
interested.
Yeah, after admitting that he had no clue about who's this guy you're talking, he just came in like that, just antagonistically doing his thing. Like, yeah, no use in Yeah.
How long do they work for?
Not even. Sorry if I sounded that way. I probably was came out a little hot. Nothing. Just straight up ignore what you said and just go straight to.
Yeah, for anybody that's interested about these O-rings that didn't hear before, apparently, according to the experts, and not just one person that this gentleman is referring to, it's a lot of stuff that I've read and I've seen. And this one particular guy explains it from beginning to end. He built 2 of them just recently himself. And he's done semiconductor work and he's improved on the photo cell. Anyways, the guy knows his stuff. And he explains very plainly and eloquently that any O-ring that you want to get like lower to 10 to the -6 torr, it has to be a metal O-ring. That's it. It's simple. I mean, there's nothing more to it than that.
Anyways, what else happened? I mean, this Coriolis argument is dope. It's pretty simple. These guys are, I don't know. It's like basic stuff. I gotta get some animate. Can anyone here do animations? I need like some simple animations drawn up for this. That way people can grasp it.
Here's the problem. I see a lot of animations and videos and diagrams and what have you on how Coriolis works on a globe. What I don't really see is how it works on a flat Earth.
Yeah, no.
You said how it works on the flat Earth? Are you serious?
Well, my point
Joking,
is,
right?
Well, my point is, he wants an animation or a graphic or video, whatever he wants. There's dozens of them, hundreds of them.
Do
Those
you
all
think
show how Coriolis works.
so? How does Coriolis work?
I mean, just my point was that there's lots of. He wants a animation. There's lots of animations that show how it works. So I don't know what he wants then different. I don't know what he wants that's different from what already exists.
Just an animation detailing this drone thing on the merry-go-round exactly.
Oh, so you want a specific? Sorry, I thought you. Okay, yeah. You want a specific example of animation for this specific scenario.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry. I was
There's
thinking
plenty of
general things.
Yeah, the things I'm saying there's tons of them. You can go look this up. There's no debate in what I'm saying.
Yeah, but I wonder if he's confused because he said he doesn't know how Coriolis will work on a flat Earth. What do you mean by that?
Well, because as I was saying, I'll repeat what I said. There's lots of Coriolis examples, videos, diagrams, whatever, that shows how Coriolis works. This is already out there. Now, Jeremy keeps asking for a animation of Coriolis. And I'm like, there's already stuff out there. So I'm trying to figure out if he wants something that's different from what already exists. But he already explained that he wants this specific example. So now I understand.
Okay.
You understand how it works, how Coriolis works on a flat Earth? Explain it to us.
No, that's not what I said. I
you said-
understand what you're asking for is specific to this example and not general Coriolis information.
Right. So, what would be the difference between a Coriolis on a flat Earth and a Coriolis on a globe? What is specifically the difference? I just want to know if you understand the difference. How Coriolis works.
First of all, on a flat Earth, there would be zero Coriolis. Coriolis would not exist.
Right.
That would be the difference.
Right. Because there's what? There's nothing moving.
There's no rotation. There's no spinning. Coriolis does not exist on a flat Earth.
Right.
Flat,
Now on a globe, there's
non-rotating.
supposed to be Coriolis, right? Because it's rotating and spinning.
That
It's
is
just spinning,
correct.
not rotating.
Right.
So from what we know about the basics of Coriolis, we know that the inertial frame is the frame that matters. That's the distance the object actually travels through space. And if you trace a straight line on the ground, like say a great circle route, then that was not a straight path in the inertial frame, meaning you could have taken a shorter path if you had taken a straight line path in the inertial frame.
I said that earlier, that this whole argument that you have implies that there's a preferred reference frame. If I spend my entire life on a merry-go-round and never leave the merry-go-round, ever, not one, don't ever step off the merry-go-round, and it spins for my entire life, then that's the only reference frame I know. And that's my preferred reference frame. But it's not yours. So everything looks different between the two of us. So which one of us is correct? Because I spend my whole life on this merry-go-round, never get off. I never know anything different. So why is your reference frame any more valid than mine if I never leave this merry-go-round?
Oh my God. All right, dude, you say it so many times. If you're a caveman sitting on
a great circle route is just a straight line. That's what Jeremy's trying to say. I think he's trying to say that even on the ground, it's a straight line, not a curved line. In reality, it's straight.
No, this isn't about a great circle route or if it bends as it goes forward. This is about not curving left to right. I need an animation guy. Anyways, to address his point, if you're a caveman, if you're a caveman sitting on the merry-go-round and you don't know about the inertial frame and how the paths are different and how Coriolis effects works, sure, I guess so. The thing is, we know about the inertial frame. We know that that is the actual path it travels because we know how to throw a ball or shoot a drone in a straight line. We know we can view it from the inertial reference frame and see what the ball is actually doing. It only looks like it's spinning because you're on the non-inertial frame, the rotating reference frame.
So if you flew an airplane in a straight heading, in a straight line, yeah, and you dropped paint all the way, and then you were able to look at the line that the paint made from any reference frame, you would see that that line is not curving whatsoever because the Earth is not fucking spinning, man.
There's no such thing as the actual path an object takes. The path an object
There is.
takes.
Okay, if you have a direct heading and
I'm
the
not
plane
finished.
goes straight,
Hold on, Carlos, let him finish.
Yeah, I'm not finished. The actual path an object takes depends upon your frame of reference. Take, for example, a ball dropped on a moving train while you're inside the carriage. What path does that ball take according to your point of view? It drops straight down, but according to an observer outside of the train, it takes a parabolic path, right? So there's no such thing as an actual path that an object takes. It all depends on what frame of reference you're in.
Okay,
if
let me
you're
respond
flying
to
from
that,
one
please,
side
Carlos.
of Australia,
Respond to that, please. You can go next. Let him go next, okay? Whoever that other guy is. I just want to say that there is an actual path. We can put enough gas in a drone, or know how much to charge a drone, or whatever. Give enough drone enough power so that the drone can only fly 1 meter. We can do this. We can test it. We can replicate it over and over again. Drone only flies a meter and falls. Drone flies a meter and falls. That is the actual distance the drone can fly, right?
Jeremy, please do this.
If you were to trace that out over a spinning frame like a merry-go-round, it would trace a path longer than a meter. Even though we know for a fact that this drone, in actuality, can only fly 1 meter. We do know that there is an actual reference frame and what's actually happening.
But
please do
you're
this
literally
experiment.
claiming that the inertial reference frame is reality, whereas the non-inertial reference frame isn't. There's no such thing like that, Jeremy. All reference frames are reality. It depends upon which reference frame we're in as to the path the object takes and therefore the distance it travels. There's nothing mysterious about that. Just because your drone flies only 1 meter in the inertial reference frame doesn't mean to say that that's reality and everything else is not reality, because in reality, from the other reference frame, it flies more than 1 meter. That's also reality, Jeremy.
So if you were on one side of flat Australia and you were up in an aeroplane and you got some device like a theodolite and you had a direct heading and you could see that it was a perfectly straight line to where you wanted to fly, and you were able to keep that heading flying south to north, or north to south, and then you were able to fly extremely slowly, so your supposed spin of the ball would be moving under you, and then you would drop some paint all the way across the 100 miles that you're flying or more, and then you were able to measure that line of paint on the ground, you would see that it's not curving at all. You would have to show evidence that that line of paint is curved.
Okay, let me just respond to that. We do know that we can actually fill a drone up with gasoline or charge it or whatever, and we can throw the ball and we can make the drone go 1 meter forward, and that's all the energy the drone has to do is to fly 1 meter forward. We fly that to the edge of the roundabout. It goes in a straight line in the inertial path. It flies 1 meter because that's all the gas we gave it. If we fly the drone slow enough and we turn the roundabout fast enough, we can make it look like the drone flew the path, the length of the path it would trace out on the merry-go-round in the non-inertial frame. We could make it look like it traveled hundreds of meters. We know that's not reality though, because we know in reality we only gave it enough energy to travel 1 meter. We do know the reality reference frame. It's the inertial one.
But
That's exactly what I said.
But you're just arbitrarily claiming that one particular reference frame is reality, whereas all other reference frames aren't. That's not how physics works, Jeremy. All reference frames are reality, and the path that you take and the distance you travel, they're all reality in all of those reference frames. Right?
No, because it's not
That's the
just an
whole-
imaginary line, though.
Carlos,
It's not
Hold
just
on,
an
man. Let him
imaginary
finish.
line.
You can go next.
I believe you
Carlos.
heard a pause.
Carlos, hold
Wasn't
on.
that
You
a
can go
pause?
next, man. Carlos, don't interrupt because it'll be
Yeah,
a shit show real quick. You can go next. I'll back out because this isn't going to
yeah,
get
I
anywhere.
mean, like, the point is that the reality is in every reference frame. It just depends on what reference frame you're observing from as to the distances travelled and the forces that apparently seem to be applied. And that's the thing about reference frames. Distances and forces being applied can look different in different reference frames, but neither one is absolute reality.
Yeah, well, let me just respond to that, and then Carlos, you can go. I'll back out. In reality, we know that we can charge a drone up or give it enough gas or energy to only fly 1 meter. We know we can do that in reality. It flies 1 meter, that's it. In reality, that's as far as it can go. Like I said, if you were to trace the path out in the non-inertial frame, you can make it look like it traveled hundreds, thousands, millions of meters. We know that the drone didn't have nowhere near enough energy to actually travel that far. It's silly. We know the inertial frame is the reality frame. It's silly to even argue the other point. I just proved it totally wrong. The non-inertial frame distance is not the actual distance. It's provable. It's demonstrable.
You're just claiming that you've proved it. You haven't really proved anything. All you're doing is claiming and stating that one particular reference frame is reality. You can't say that, Jeremy. There's no particular preferred reference frame which we call reality. I mean, does that mean that in my example of travelling from the south to the north of Australia, in reality, the Earth goes around the sun and therefore I'm really travelling 193 million miles on one tank of gas? No. Which one is reality?
This isn't even. Oh, I thought you were done. My bad. Like they said earlier, this isn't even conducive because you're not even arguing like realistic things. We know the drone only had, and in reality, the drone could only fly 1 meter because that's all we charged it up for. And if we spin the roundabout, and if we spin the roundabout fast enough, and we move the drone slow enough, we can make it look like it traveled 1,000,000 meters. However, we know that it wasn't possible. We know that it wasn't physically possible for the drone to travel that far because we only charged it up enough to travel 1 meter. We do know the reality of reference frame. It's the inertial reference frame. It's provable and demonstrable. It's not even debate. I don't know what we're even debating about.
But you're only claiming that because you're claiming that the inertial reference frame is reality, whereas the other is not reality. I mean, that's absurd.
I just showed you why it's reality, because in reality, we made sure that the drone can only fly 1 meter. We only gave it enough juice, enough charge, enough gas to fly 1 meter. In reality, do you understand we can do that?
But again, you're claiming that that's reality because you've only given it enough gas to fly 1 meter in a particular reference frame. But from the point of view of the rotating reference frame, it's gone more than 1 meter on that tank of gas, and that's also reality.
Yeah, so you think it's reality that that drone physically traveled through space 100,000 meters, even though we only gave it enough juice, gas, or electricity to travel 1 meter?
Yeah, because you're defining that you've only given it. You're
silly.
defining that you've only given it enough gas in that particular reference frame. But according to the other reference frame, we've given it enough gas to fly a much larger distance because of the characteristics of that reference frame.
I mean, hey, if you want to think that, we only gave the drone enough juice to fly 1 meter, and we can trace 1,000 meters over the non-inertial reference frame on the merry-go-round, you want to think that it actually traveled that far through space? That's on you, man. Go ahead.
Well, it actually did travel that distance from that reference frame's point of view. Right? You're only claiming that you gave it enough gas to travel 1 meter in the inertial reference frame. But from the non-inertial reference frame, you actually gave it enough gas to travel a much larger distance because of the way the physics works in that reference frame.
Yeah, it's because the thing's rotating underneath it, but the thing's actually going in a straight line. It's only because the thing's rotating underneath it, it makes it look like it traveled more of a distance. We know it actually only traveled 1 meter because that's all we gave it juice for. We know it didn't have enough gas. We know it didn't have nearly enough gas to travel 1,000,000 or 1,000,000 meters, however fast we spin the roundabout. We know it didn't have anywhere near that much electricity to fly through physical space that far. We know that.
Yeah.
This is not even a debate.
I do know that. I do
silly.
know that, Jeremy. I know that you gave it enough juice to travel only 1 meter in the inertial reference frame.
Oh, this is boring.
But that doesn't
so
negate
boring.
that doesn't negate the point that you also gave it enough juice to travel a much larger distance in the non-inertial reference frame because of the way that the laws of physics translate because of the non-inertial reference frame translation.
Okay,
that's reality.
Okay, but in reality, we can only make this thing fly 1 meter. You realize I can change the amount of distance. No matter what, it's always a meter in the inertial frame, but I can change the distance in the non-inertial frame. I can spin it super slow and make it go 1 meter, 1 inch, or I can spin it super fast and go 100 meters or 1,000 meters.
And that's the whole.
We know in reality, it always flies the same distance from A to B. It's only about the thing turning underneath it that's changing the apparent distance it traveled. It's an illusion, that distance. The real distance is the inertial frame. You can argue with that all you want. Like I said, dude, I'm not even going to respond to your rebuttal. Go ahead, say whatever you want.
You do. You respond every time.
Say the same thing you keep saying over and over again. I know we've heard it before. It's boring.
Exactly.
I'm not interested.
Exactly. Because you can let me say it still. All right. That doesn't mean you can stop me from saying it. Right. It's because that's the whole point about reference frames, is that distances traveled look different in different reference frames. That's the whole key thing about understanding what reference frames are all about, is that the distances traveled are different. What you give as enough juice to only go 1 meter in one reference frame translates to an entirely different distance in another reference frame.
The thing is, in the example I'm detailing, In the inertial frame, it always travels a meter. That doesn't change. I can spin something under it slow and make it go a meter an inch. I can spin something fast and make it go 100 meters. The distance in the inertial frame, the real distance, the reality of it is it only traveled a meter. We can just make it look like it traveled farther or a lot farther or a super lot farther. It's
In your
all
in the inertial, yeah, and in one reference frame. But why is that reference frame preferred?
And why are you calling that one reality? I mean, every reference frame, as far as I'm concerned, is reality. You're just claiming that this particular reference frame is somehow special.
Do we know how to give something enough gas to fly a distance?
Yeah, that would depend upon the reference frame we use and the physics and the forces acting. Because I can give it enough gas to fire. I can give my car enough gas to travel 600 kilometres in the rotating reference frame of the Earth, right? And yet, when I take the inertial reference frame of the point of view of the Sun, my car has travelled a much further distance than 600 kilometres. So, which one's correct? Which one's
No,
reality?
that's falsehood. This is so. Hold on, Jen. I'm about to take off. This is so boring. I'm out of here. I'll see you guys tomorrow. This is just a huge waste of time right here. I'm not doing it anymore. I'll see you guys later though.
I know what you mean. It is a huge waste of time. What you're talking is absolute horseshit. What you're talking really at the end of the day, because the Earth, you haven't established it up to be a globe that is actually spinning. So it's purely speculation. Nothing is in reality or a proof the way you speak at the moment. Yeah, and we can gas a car to do 300 miles. Will it make 300 miles? It would depend, of course, against the weather, the wind, and the route itself. Up, down hills, you understand, traffic flow. But if you clear everything out the way, you can gas a car to go to a stated distance, depending on the performance of the car itself and how it's driven. Okay? But, as to speak of a reference where the Earth is spinning, I mean, that's just poppycock. You haven't proven that the Earth is a globe that is actually spinning. And I've posted some videos from 3 or 4 years ago for Left Lane to look at, in that they haven't been debunked yet. That's why they're still there. Thank you
just
very
about
much.
all of them that I looked at have been. And Banjo, poor fella, man, you need to come up with something better than that.
Banjo has been responsible for increasing the flat earth numbers in Brazil to the tune of 500,000. That would be at the beginning of 2021. Okay. And it has been responsible here in Japan, where I'm talking to you from, 3 publications of flat earth books. So I think Flat Earth Banjo is just going in leaps and bounds. So as far as I'm concerned, you're in the wrong lane, mate.
I'm on the shoulder, aren't I, Jim?
Your life is not based in any reality that I know of.
Yeah, in reality, Jin, they fail to show the evidence that when the plane is flying in a straight line on the ground, it's flying a curved path. There's absolutely no evidence for the curved path if the plane's flying in a straight line. Show us this curved path.
Did somebody mute Quark?
Not that I'm aware of. Maybe a hot mic or something.
Yeah, I didn't mute him. So let's just get back to the basics here. We need to start, you know, if you're going to fly a ultralight plane over Lake Pontchartrain 24 miles, you're saying you have to go take off from the beach and then go 90 feet up and then 90 feet down. That's pretty strange. I don't care what path you're going. So you drop paint like they're saying across. Say you fly straight over the bridge and you don't correct, you just drop paint. Take off straight. So the bridge is moving underneath you. It's getting more ridiculous and more ridiculous.
Yeah, that's it. That's what we don't experience. You see that movement underneath the drone or the aircraft. We don't experience any of that. Even birds don't have a problem when they're migrating. They don't experience any of this Coriolis, do they? Migrating birds.
Well, powered flight overcomes gravity, right? I mean, that's the whole reason for powered flight. So you take off from one side of Lake Pontchartrain and you fly 10 feet above the water. Then once you reach the 12-mile mark, you're then going to keep flying up unless you adjust, right? You're in powered flight. There's no air going to pull you around or back down or in any direction, to follow the curved water because you're powered flight.
Yeah, that's correct. That's powered flight. It's reliant on pilots' inputs to move forward. You've got a helicopter, for example, back or forward hovering.
You're not a ballistic, right? Isn't that what we've been taught? It's the difference between how a ballistic would work and how powered flight, once you add that engine.
Yeah.
So the ballistic part goes away. So overcome gravity. They can't have it both ways.
I'm still arguing that ballistic parabolic arc point as well. But I don't think that, like the railgun that has the kinetic power of like a 7.5, Mark 7.5, traveling at 5,600 miles an hour. I don't think that projectile follows a parabolic arc. What I think it's following is a straight linear line, but as it's moving through the atmosphere, it's dropping in altitude. It's not actually arcing. That's my point, my gripe or my query on that one. I don't believe that the projectile, once fired, is following a curved trajectory. I don't believe it's doing that. Not at those speeds. Not at those speeds.
You can even get Zanuck or somebody like that over 24 miles of Lake Pontchartrain saying you fire an artillery shell at the building. The building is actually going to move. I think it's like 250 yards or feet or whatever. Whatever it is, it doesn't matter. That's ridiculous because you can shoot the bullet at the building, right? Or you can take off in a plane and go fly at the building. The building isn't moving left or right as you fly towards it. It's totally ridiculous. The stories that we've had to listen to and endure and be brainwashed with over the years. And just think about the person that doesn't take the time, right? Who just says, yeah, okay, I don't really understand it that much. Kind of like left lane, I'm not an engineer, which is the precursor to I don't know shit about what you're talking about, but I'm just going to go along with it because that's what I do. Just pay attention to how they talk. I'm not an engineer. I'm not a pilot who's flown and refueled the SR-71
So
and flown for
are you through
hang on,
poison in the well?
hang on,
Are you
left
through
lane.
poison? Well, quit dogging me, man.
I'm not dogging you. That's what you do. I'm not an engineer.
Yeah. When I admit to my limitations in knowledge on subjects, so
Right.
that I'm limited on my explanations, and I admit that
Right.
there's
Right.
something dishonest or
No,
incorrect
that's not. I
about
didn't
that.
say dishonest. So now you're interrupting to mislead the people about what I said. I said, listen to how you talk. You admit that you don't know. So why would we listen to someone who admits that they don't know? That's all I said. And you feel the gumption to come in and interrupt, which you know isn't allowed, as I'm telling about someone like Paid National Shield, who is a pilot himself, refueled the SR-71, multi-engine jet pilot, and flew for Pan Am, but has to give way to Blue to say, Blue's in the chat, Blue's here, he's a pilot, he's a SI, whatever he calls him, when he's a pilot himself.
CFI.
I can't believe they're pilots because the way they describe flight is wrong. So they can't be pilots. I wouldn't want to fly in any of their planes.
I don't doubt that Blue's a pilot at all. I don't doubt that. But for another pilot who's flown multi-engine jet planes and Blue
Supposedly,
hasn't, well, yeah, that's what Paid National Shield claimed he did.
We have no evidence of this.
Yeah, I'm making a point that why would a guy who is trained to fly in the Air Force multi-engine jet planes refer to a person who has not done that, who has only flown, from what I know, maybe he has, but like prop planes? Why would he need to refer to Blue about piloting when he's an Air Force pilot, retired?
Exactly.
You gotta listen. You gotta listen to how they talk and what they say. They're telling you the truth.
Yeah,
They're
it's very
telling
revealing.
you the truth. Yep.
Yeah, very revealing, exactly. And then they would be going against those jet fighter pilots and helicopter pilots, submariners, and aircraft carrier personnel in that documentary that was released, I think, in 2021 or last year, sorry, Flatten the Curve. They tell us that there's no such thing as the Coriolis, and that they don't follow the curvature of the Earth. They fly across a flat stationary plane. That's what they say.
Well, Left Lane's getting his pilot's license. Are you still doing that, Left Lane?
Oh yeah.
So what day did they teach Coriolis? Did they talk about it at all?
Of course they didn't.
Why wouldn't they?
Why would they?
Because it affects an airplane. Its path, how it flies. If you fly long enough, you have to adjust for it, right?
You have to adjust for crossing winds and headwinds more than you do Coriolis.
What do you mean more than?
Coriolis equates to a very slight crosswind that you wouldn't even realize you were necessarily correcting for.
So you're saying that in pilot school, Coriolis is not taught?
Not even mentioned.
Not even mentioned. There you go.
Only in the meteorology they talk about it. But
in the in the course that they taught you meteorology in your pilot,
in the weather part of it.
They talk about Coriolis in the meteorology part of the pilot school? I don't remember that. I mean, I would say different instructors teach different things, but it's got to be in a book somewhere, right?
It's really not significant to fly an airplane.
So over 24 miles, we would have to adjust how many feet again if the runway was moving? And you're telling me they don't teach it in pilot school?
Runway doesn't move. You're moving with the air, the atmosphere that's moving with the surface. You don't know about it.
What are you talking about? The runway's definitely moving. If you're in the air, the runway's moving.
Yeah, relative to you. The only movement the runway is doing is in reference to what you're doing.
What are you talking about? What if you're flying opposite?
These are called co-coordinate systems.
What if you're flying opposite of it?
A Galilean
flying away from it,
transformation,
or?
if you will.
Yeah, away from the movement.
Away from the movement.
Yeah, if it's going left to right and you're flying right to left.
Talking about y'all.
You talking about a crosswind?
Oh my God.
Is this called turbulence?
Is this called a crosswind when we're talking about Coriolis? I don't know. Maybe. No, I don't think so. I don't think it is. This is, you got to listen, right? That's what I'm telling the audience. Listen to how they try and distract and deflect and what they have to say as smart grown men that own their own business who are getting their pilot's license. When you mention Coriolis and the runway moving, they have to talk about a crosswind.
The runway's moving? Does it have legs?
The runway doesn't move.
It moves.
You're not on a
Even-
merry-go-round. You're not on a rotating earth. You're on a stationary plane. That's
I
why
would
the
agree
runway
with-
doesn't
I would
move.
agree
That's
with
why
that.
you don't have to learn about it in pilot school. That's why you don't have to adjust no matter which way you're flying, because the runway isn't moving. Now, what you do have to adjust for, which he's mentioned no less than 4 times so far in this short conversation, is the wind currents, is the way the wind direction. If you're going into a headwind, tailwind, or crosswind, you have to definitely adjust for that, or you're going to miss the runway, right, left lane?
Yep, sure will.
You're moving relative with the Earth, though. But that's just conjecture.
What do you mean by that, relative with the Earth?
A principle of relativity, not Einsteinian relativity.
So if the Earth is moving in a certain direction and it's constant, and you're not moving in that direction, then you're not moving
You're
with the
moving
Earth.
with the Earth.
Oh my God.
That's why it's stationary.
That's why it's stationary.
I know.
You're
I know.
moving.
It's crazy.
You're moving, so it's stationary.
Yeah, it's moving. You're moving relative to its movement, so it's stationary.
Yeah, you're moving.
You can just treat it as
You're on
stationary
the
and never,
flat Earth
ever,
bus.
ever.
Choo-choo.
Is it,
Never
is, it
adjust
an,
for it.
is it an illusion?
It is indeed an illusion.
It's an
illusion.
It's Magna Carta.
An illusion. Just
Well,
an
that was
illusion.
Well, that was easy.
Just a bit of conjecture.
Yeah, but if
Oh,
if
stupid.
the Earth is rotating and the atmosphere is rotating with it, it's not going to affect the runway's not going to run away from you.
Okay, left lane. We already established that the atmosphere is not in lockstep already, right?
Exactly. So you would have to.
It is not lockstep, but basically is
Doesn't
moving.
matter.
You- when you're-
Basically,
think of it
all the
as like-
caveats, you can just go away with the caveats,
No,
bro.
when you're
Basically,
standing on-
overall, predominantly, all of those words are just excuses, bro.
Yeah, story
No.
time's over, sir. Sorry. You can come here
All right,
every
if
day.
you're-
I mean, feel
if
free,
you're
but-
flying on a day, okay.
Even if it did move exactly with it in lockstep, it still doesn't work. Do you know
Yeah, it
that?
does.
No, it doesn't.
If you're flying on a day, when the winds are calm, and I've flown many days when the winds are flat, no wind, you could say that air is in lockstep. But
You
you know
could
the
say it.
weather's the wind is the wind. You feel a breeze.
You can say it, but it still
hit
doesn't
you in
help
the
you.
face. You feel a
fuck
breeze
is
hit you in the
lockstep?
face. That air is not in lockstep. So
When you-
fuck is
when-
know,
when
it's
there's
just-
no
Doesn't matter. If
hang
you
on, let
fly
me-
against it, you're still in trouble, bro. If you're
Yeah,
flying
it's
against
lockstep.
the spin, even if it's in lockstep, even if it's perfect lockstep, you fly against the spin and you're going south, your conserved momentum isn't going to increase automatically to the new tangential velocity. How many times do I have to say it?
It's not conserved momentum in the airplane. You're flying through the wind, and you're basically at the mercy of the wind. You're flying with the wind.
No
So
wind.
are you saying that there's no conserved momentum? You're saying there's no conserved momentum when the plane takes off and it's at a 500 mile per hour latitude, that it's not automatically turning with the Earth at 500 miles per hour, supposedly?
No, it's not in. I wouldn't say it's something you would consider empowered control flight.
Well, no, because it's stationary.
So
But if it was actually doing that, you'd have to consider it.
Where you get the 500
No.
miles?
Yeah, it would be important for being in a plane, the people in the plane that you're protecting the lives of.
How
Those
do you
things,
get
those details
500
would be
miles per hour?
definitely important.
How do you get the 500 miles per
If you were at a latitude where
But the
where the
documents
Earth,
state that they must consider Earth flat and stationary.
yeah,
How do you
I
get
don't know.
That's
You
the
seem a little
documents.
new to
Remember
this
the documents.
conversation.
hour?
Yeah.
If you're at a latitude
time,
where
guys.
there's like a smaller circle than the bigger circle, like 1,000 at the equator, right? You understand that?
500 miles per hour?
Cork? Do you understand that? Like if
No,
it's
how do you
1,000 at
get it?
the equator, you know, the 1,000 miles at the equator, 1,000 miles per hour. You know about
where
that?
do you get
The
that?
rotation
Is
of
that
the
like
supposed
rotation?
rotation of The supposed
adding-
rotation of the
Are
Earth.
you adding the motion of the Earth with the plane?
Well, no. Do you understand the argument at all? Do you understand that they say the Earth is spinning at 1,000 miles an hour at the equator? Did you know that?
Doesn't kind of jive. I think the
No, it
spinning.
doesn't. But that's what they say. Did you know that's what they say?
Who's
The
they?
globe Earth proponents. Are you just gaslighting? Or are you just
No,
are you
no,
just
no, seriously.
trolling? Or are you actually trying to figure this out?
No, seriously.
So, are you a globe Earther?
It's all a matter of perspective.
I agree with
yes.
that. I agree with that. Everything's perspective. I go by new perspective, so I understand that.
We could get
But-
along.
Yeah. So you're kind of like one of those. Are you like a guy that doesn't think there's any truth? It's just a matter how you look at it.
I'm not like deadpan empiricist, but like you could rationalize some arguments against the other, depending on what your set beliefs or concepts are.
Well, what we're trying to do here is to talk about something real. Like people travel in planes every day, which is real, right? You've been in a plane.
Yeah, they go fast.
They go fast, yes. And supposedly the Earth is they say is spinning really fast, right?
I think it's spinning pretty fast.
Yeah, 1,000 miles at the 1,000 miles per hour at the equator. But we're trying to get down to the nitty gritty here with a guy that actually flies. Name's Left Lane. He said he's never taught about any kind of spin of the Earth to account for, or Coriolis, or curvature. None of that. They just treat the Earth as stationary and level, even though it's supposed to be a ball that's spinning.
Well,
Do you think that they'd be the same exact thing?
No, because the
Be
plane
different,
would be
right?
moving relative to the Earth, so the position would change
Yeah.
as the plane moves along
Yeah.
the plane of the Earth.
Right. And do you understand that when the plane takes off the surface, that it's in its own reference frame and it's no longer attached to the Earth and not spinning
not.
with the Earth, not spinning in lockstep
Doesn't-
with the Earth any longer because the atmosphere
it does-
automatically isn't. Even if it was, it
don't-
wouldn't work because if you go against that spin, you're not going to be spinning with the Earth any longer.
You don't leave your reference frame.
You're still within the Earth's reference frame. The ground has
No,
its
you're
own
not.
separate reference frame, but I think it's a matter of how you want to treat the coordinate system of it. Because if you want to say, for example, you go from like X to Y, and there's a curve, and we have this ball, right? You'd be
No.
moving along with it, but
Okay, right. If that's the idea, but the problem is that when you get to the equator where it's faster than where you started out from, you have to
1,000
pick up
miles.
1,000. We could be 500 more if you're starting at a point where it's 500 miles per hour latitude,
I don't
right?
know where you get the 1,000 miles from.
Well, that's the equator. That's what they say. The Earth is spinning at the equator, the miles per hour at the equator, because it's the biggest circle of the ball, the supposed ball.
Do you know that every rotating body has two speeds? One's the angular velocity, the other one's a tangential speed.
Two different angles.
Did you know that?
Yeah, I didn't take physics.
Well, we're trying to get back and forth with the people that have been in this argument for a bit. If you want to listen in, we could teach you the whole basics of it. But there's something called an inertial and a non-inertial reference frame.
So wouldn't the
Right.
plane be in a non-inertial reference frame? But it'd still be in the inertial reference frame of the Earth, would it not be?
No,
Why not?
because
Is it not still within its atmosphere?
well, yeah, but the atmosphere, even if it was in lockstep, which it isn't, so it's automatically ruined for anyone that wants to have it just be in
Not
lockstep.
ruined.
It's already done.
Lockstep.
What you're saying? It is lockstep, Left Lane?
No, what you're saying when you say lockstep, there would be no wind. The atmosphere would be static in relation to the surface of the Earth. We do have wind and weather, therefore it's a dynamic system. As a whole, overall, the atmosphere is rotating with the Earth, but just not in lockstep or not locked to the surface.
Right, but that would make a difference, and it doesn't matter even if it was lockstep, because it would be a spinning ball rather than a stationary level plane. There'd be a big difference in the dynamics of flying over those two things, right?
That's what you say.
No, not actually.
Why wouldn't it be? You know, just for the newcomer here, if I told you, you know, that there was a video game just came out, right, and it was stationary level Earth, right, and you're flying the plane over a stationary level Earth, but there's this other video game where it's a spinning ball, and the video games are exactly the same. Would you believe
Yeah, they
me?
would be.
Yeah, they would.
Oh, really? Okay,
Yeah.
then you're unaware of what's going on here. Then.
Well,
'Cause
I
it would
think
be.
you'd have to take
Because,
in elevation into
you understand
account.
the Earth is really big, right?
Would
It's really big, so it's the
radius.
same thing as a stationary Earth because it's big.
If you're going to fly locally, yes. Until you get to like
Locally?
navigation, until you get to like flying from like New York to London, where you don't fly straight routes on the flat Earth, but that's okay. Well, you can laugh
Rakia,
all you want.
I didn't mean to butt in, Rakia. You were doing a great job.
I got Rakia
I'm not trying to take over the conversation. You got Rakia muted?
Yeah, pretty
What?
much.
You muted Rakia?
Yeah.
Are you allowed to do that here?
I don't know. Why not?
Yeah, you
Oh,
can
you
mute
mean for
anyone you
yourself?
want as long as you don't. You can mute anyone you want as long as you don't talk over them. If you start talking over them because you have them muted, then you end up getting muted. So there's
I thought for the server. Well, why does it matter? Why do you care? Why do we care about you muting Rakia?
Oh,
Why is that
Why do you
something
care about me,
important?
you and Yakia? All right.
Well,
Good question. Why do you care?
well, if you're going to talk over him,
I'm not talking
that's
over
one
him. He's not
thing.
in the room right
But
now.
regardless, I thought you were saying he was muted for the server. So I was saying Rakia was doing a great job, hoping he would add in because I didn't mean to take over. I've been through this conversation for hours. I don't need to go into this, but
You've been wrong for
just
hours,
saying
too.
it doesn't make it so paid as a show.
You've been wrong for hours too, but that's okay.
Yeah, you can just say that. It
Well,
doesn't
no,
mean a
I
thing to me.
don't say that.
Whatever you say doesn't really mean a thing to me, especially if it's that kind of comment.
Well, because it's true. I'm sorry. You know.
Oh, you could just say that.
You know nothing of aviation, do you? Have you ever?
Is there an inertial and a non-inertial reference frame when we're talking about planes and Earth?
Have you
Is
ever?
there an inertial and a non-inertial reference frame? Yes or
Yeah,
no?
Paige, you got to bring with some actual content, not just
Have you
random
ever taken
gaslighting.
pilot lesson? No,
That's just random gaslighting.
It's not random gaslighting.
We're talking to a pilot. We're talking to a pilot here, left lane.
Yeah.
I'm going to
You
mute
guys are
you for
boring.
myself.
These
in a
guys are
minute.
Yeah,
boring,
let's get a new topic going or something. I don't. Yeah.
Yeah. We've been through this many times. Left lane doesn't account for Coriolis. If we were on a spinning ball, there would be Coriolis. That's the end of the conversation right there, in my opinion.
Except there's not a whole lot of Coriolis because it's only spinning once every a day.
A whole lot.
Nope.
Predominantly, basically, all these caveats make a big difference.
Nope.
It would be a big difference. The smallest difference would be a big difference.
No.
And there's nothing more to say about it. You can say that it's
There
not.
is, though.
You can say basically. You can say overall. You can say predominantly. You can have all these things that kind of make it like stationary, but not stationary. But we've been through this. It doesn't work. You guys are done. We don't listening to it. Listening to the contradiction over and over again doesn't make it so.
Hang on, guys.
Doesn't make it
Go
not a
ahead,
contradiction.
go ahead and just yell now, and don't let me get a word in edgewise because that's the way you when you're wrong. That's generally the tactic you do. You just like say a bunch of words.
Yeah, I wanted to say to the new guy that was asking about the 1,000 miles an hour that I just posted a small image in chat. That's the tangential speed in relation to the Earth rotating once a day. That's the tangential speed at different latitudes, basically. And at the equator, it's 1,038 miles an hour, and so on and so forth.
And
So
the way
that's
you
where
get
the 1,000 mile is.
yeah, and the way you get Coriolis on the
on
globe.
the Earth.
Sorry, what was that?
On the Earth, left lane.
Well, that would be in reference to the center of rotation, or from a stationary or not or inertial reference frame from outside the Earth. Then the the tangential speed of the equator would be 1,000 miles an hour.
That's
a
its
reference.
If
And
you
the
were
way- the
standing
way
out in
that-
space and looking at the Earth rotate, the ground would be moving, past you at 1,000 miles an hour. But it's just has to do with the tangential speed of the surface due to the rotation.
And it does come in handy occasionally. Like that's why the French launching from French Guiana can use smaller rockets or the same size rockets, puts more stuff into space than the Soviets launching from 53 degrees north.
Yeah, it's actually moving. I mean, it's moving at 1,000 miles an hour, but you
Supposedly.
can think of it as it being stationary.
Well, it depends again on your reference frame. If you're trying to put something into orbit, you've got an additional 500 miles per hour versus the Russians who are launching from 53 degrees north. That's why the Russians had bigger rockets. They needed it.
So this is outside of on the Earth compared to outside of the Earth, like on it. Or the actual like Earth.
This is the globe model.
Explain
I just want to
tangential.
know. I just want to make a disclaimer. That's the globe model right there. Yeah, 1,000 whatever miles per hour at the equator. Tangential speed. 15 degrees. The tangential speed changes when you're on a rotating body, depending on where you go. But the angular velocity doesn't change. It's always 15 degrees an hour, no matter where you go.
But it'd be different actual speeds depending on the latitude that you start out at. So if you started out at 500 mile per hour latitude, that should be like kind of halfway to the North Pole or South Pole, depending on where you are, right? So it wouldn't be 1,000 miles an hour. You have to just assume when you take the plane up in the air that you're moving eastward in a sideways direction if you're flying south. There's one vector sideways eastward that you have to assume that the plane's automatically moving, even though you also think about it as 0 miles per hour relative to the ground. But they've got a problem right there because the atmosphere is not in lockstep. So you wouldn't be 0 miles per hour automatically as soon as you take off, as far as the tangential velocity goes. That's one vector eastward, right, Jeremy? Then the other vector would be southward, right?
Dude, I don't get your argument with this. I never have. I don't.
That's why I'm trying to go straight towards you so we can get it together. You can understand it.
I don't
Vector
agree with
eastward.
you, though.
You don't think there's a vector eastward as well as south? If you're flying south, you don't think that you're automatically assuming that the plane is also going with the Earth eastward in another vector?
I don't know. There's a lot of things I disagree with you on this whole Coriolis thing.
Then let's work out the details, because you're saying you disagree that we're supposed to assume that the plane's moving with the Earth eastward. Do you disagree with that part?
Yeah, the plane's imparted with the momentum of the place it took off with. Correct.
Right. So is that what you disagree with, Jeremy?
You're saying in the globe model, the plane has the momentum from where it
From
took
where
off.
it started.
It goes in the air. It's going at 500 miles an hour. We're going north.
No. It's like, say it went up in the air and it didn't fly anywhere. Like, say it's one of those jets that can just hover, right?
Yeah.
Right. So it just goes up in the air. It's hovering, but then we're also assuming that it's moving with the Earth as it spins eastward, right?
That's how it works in their model. It's going 500. It's going 500 miles an hour. It's going 500 miles an hour. It's just floating there. Yeah.
Right. But there's no gauge for that. Like the pilot has no idea that he's going eastward in that vector. So that's eastward vector, right? That's one vector. Can we agree on that?
Yep.
Right.
Yeah. The
So
pilot
we know the plane only flies in one vector, right, Jeremy?
The pilot has no idea about this.
Yeah, but if you're going to start moving, that vector is about to change. So.
Right. Okay. So let's walk through it. So 500
no
miles per hour. The pilot has no idea that it's moving eastward because it's moving in this supposed conserved momentum with the Earth at that latitude.
It's moving the same speed as the Earth that it took off.
Not the same exactly, because it would lose momentum as soon as it gets in the air to some degree, and then if it goes westward, the eastward momentum would be decreased even more. Because if you're saying that banking east increases the eastward vector momentum, then simply flying west would decrease that eastward momentum.
But you see, nobody really cares about this because you've got airspeed and you've got ground speed, and those are the two that you really care about.
Maybe speak for yourself. We're talking about the whole thing. Caring about all the details of this are important because people fly and they risk their lives doing it.
There isn't a pilot alive who cares about the 700, 500 miles an hour eastbound vector that you get by taking off, because you're at the same speed as the ground. You've got ground speed and airspeed. That's the only thing airspeed is really the only thing you care about. The ground speed is sort of falls out.
So
Don't pay attention. Don't pay. We're not going to get anywhere with him, bro.
Yeah,
don't pay attention to
yeah.
somebody who knows what
He's
they're
just
talking
going to
about.
say that we care about it because it's just like it's stationary, and even though it's not in lockstep.
So you lift off. You lift off, and you're going 500 miles an hour. That would change slightly because anytime you change your tangential velocity, Coriolis happens. So that would change a tiny bit amount. So
Well, no, don't worry about like this. Let's not even use the word Coriolis because Coriolis effect is just a visual thing, right? That's what Coriolis
it's a
effect.
deviation.
But let's not even use that word. Yeah,
No,
let's just
Coriolis
talk
is a
about
real
the
thing,
east. Well, Coriolis effect is the effect, not
I don't know
anything
what
that.
to
I mean,
tell you.
we could talk about all the different definitions of Coriolis force. Coriolis. Let's just take that out. Let's just take reality of the ground speed and the plane speed, right? Let's just worry about those two things, right? No, different thing, different thing. Don't start butting in NASA if you're just going to try to talk over the
Just
go
ignore him,
between
dude.
Jeremy
Just
and I.
ignore. Yo, just
Yeah,
ignore him.
NASA, be quiet for a couple of minutes. Let them go at it, bro. Take it easy. Take a back
We're
seat.
trying to work something out, right? You can save your argument
They
that
don't want.
we've heard before, okay? So the ground speed is 500 miles per hour where it takes off, right? So that's the ground speed eastward in that eastward vector, right? Right? So that's one vector.
No. Hold on. Paid. I mean,
Your ground speed the ground speed's not 500 miles per hour.
What?
Hold on, Pate. It is an open panel. However, they are trying to have a conversation. So, yeah, man, we already asked you to chill for a bit.
give us like 10 minutes maybe. Might take long, but once you lift up, okay, this is how you get the core. I mean, it's you can say you don't want to say Coriolis, but that's what it is, the deviation. So once you take off from the ground, if the ground's moving at 500 miles an hour, and you take off from the ground, you change your tangential velocity, and it's now a different speed. All right.
Well, no, I just wanted to walk through the steps because I think that we don't disagree if we walk through it because I've heard you argue your side, our side of it, but I think there's some details that you think we disagree about. But if we just break it down, you'll see why it doesn't work. So if you're okay, so you're automatically assuming if you're like in one of those jets that can just hover in midair, you take off from that spot, right? So you're in the air, and then the air separated from the winds is another whole issue, right? So we have winds going in all directions, right? And then they want to say that the air is just carrying you automatically to your new tangential velocity. Like all of a sudden the air just makes your plane in that new tangential velocity, even though the speed of the ground has changed. They want to say they want to think of it as lockstep air moving the plane automatically into that new tangential velocity. But the wind's going all directions and you can't separate the air from the winds. There's no difference, right? The winds go in all directions. That's how they can get away with saying it's hidden in the winds. The Coriolis is hidden in the winds, right? That's how they get away with that, right? But I don't know how they get away with it. They get away with it for people that don't realize that the winds and the air and the atmosphere
So what's
and all
the
that.
point of all this? So I don't know. I might have forgot
Because you say you're disagreeing with me, right? That there's two vectors, right? The eastward vector that we assume that the plane's moving, even though it's zero, right? There's no gauge for the pilot to know that it's supposedly moving sideways if it's aimed south. It's also if it's traveling south, it's also supposing that it's moving in another vector eastward along with the Earth. That's assumed. There's no gauge. There's no reference for it. There's no indication that that's happening. So the eastward rotation, you have to assume that the plane's moving with the Earth in this spinning eastward rotation, right? That's what they have to assume so that it can seem like it's stationary. Do you get that?
Yeah, on the globe, if you take off with a helicopter or just sit there, the ground doesn't rotate underneath you. You need to change your tangential velocity.
Well, yeah,
you need to change your tangential speed in order for Coriolis to happen. So you're just gonna float along in lockstep with the Earth now.
Right. That's right. But so automatically there's a problem because first of all, once you go up in the air, you're in a bigger circle than the ground, right? So that would make you out of sync. Let's use the sinking.
Well, I told you there was Coriolis.
Sync. Well,
there is Coriolis. As soon as you take off from the ground, you change. If you lift off from the surface, you change your tangential velocity. That's how you get the Coriolis effect on the globe. You change your tangential velocity, you change your tangential speed, the Coriolis effect happens.
How do you
So
change your how do you say that they change their tangential speed?
by
How do you think
by
that
going higher, they went higher on the surface. You can get it by going higher and lower. You change your tangential speed.
Right.
Or you can
And
get it by traveling east, west, north, south, cardinal directions.
Right. So it's like that when you're talking about the difference in tangential speed, let's talk about the tangential speed of the ground compared to the helicopter plane, whatever you want to call it, right? So we're automatically not in lockstep with the Earth as soon as you take off because it's a bigger circle, and the atmosphere is not in lockstep with the Earth. So automatically you're out of sync with the Earth. Automatically, you could land right away, and you'd still land on a moving surface. Straight, you went straight back down.
Hold on. The thing is, you took off, you changed your tangential speed. The effect and the deviation happened. That's the end of it. Now it's moving in lockstep.
No, well, how? How is it moving in lockstep?
Can I try
Why would it be? Why would there be?
With a different analogy, we've beat planes to death, and I don't think we're going to get there with planes.
Oh, you want to go to projectiles, right?
No.
You want to go to artillery.
No, he's gonna want to talk about boats. Watch.
Boats.
Yes.
Yeah, there you go.
Well,
boats, of course. Boats, just like a stream. We want to look at the air like a stream. We're not going to go there. We're trying to figure out details right now. Please don't interrupt. Jeremy and I
almost used a boat analogy. To be fair, I almost used a boat analogy on you earlier because when you put a boat in a medium, in a fluid that's flowing like that, say for super fluid, like you put a boat in a stream that's flowing at 10 miles an hour, the boat's going to be moving 10 miles an hour with it.
Right. Unlike the river, the air goes in all directions.
Have you ever
And
seen
it's not
clouds
predictable. You can't say that it's so consistent that you can just depend on this making you safely land the plane.
But have you ever seen clouds that just hang up in the sky? They don't seem to be moving very much. They just hang out.
Yeah, because the Earth is stationary. That's the only way that would happen.
No, I mean, well, on our model, the rotating Earth and the atmosphere rotating with the Earth, they're just going right along with us.
But that would have to be in lockstep, yeah, and the atmosphere is not in lockstep, so that proves it's not moving because you automatically have to admit that the atmosphere is not in lockstep. So
if there's no wind blowing, if there's no wind blowing, you could consider that part of the air to be in lockstep.
Well, yeah, but you're assuming that it's moving, right? But it's never in lockstep. Never, ever, ever in lockstep. Automatically, because of fluid dynamics, it's never in lockstep.
It's close. That's why we don't
Doesn't
have
matter.
That's why we don't have 1,000 mile per hour winds
nope.
at the equator.
Oh, doesn't matter. Even if you're saying it's close, those clouds would be definitely moving in one direction at a certain rate.
Not necessarily.
If we had a difference in the difference of the atmosphere compared to the Earth, but that's not even important.
Can you say that there's
because it's even just a little bit, debunks your whole globe.
Have you ever been somewhere where there's no wind?
Of course, but that's the problem.
What do you mean
there would be a consistent wind if we had no lockstep with this atmosphere, right? There was a predominant motion direction to the wind, to atmosphere, right? Which it would have to be, which already contradicts the globe, because we know that the winds go in all directions.
You can be in
right?
places that
Winds go in all directions.
Why are we talking about winds, though?
Yeah, they want to conflate it with winds. Left lane has to think the winds are the same thing as Coriolis.
The predominant cause of wind on the Earth is the Coriolis effect. Sorry.
Okay, you can say that.
That's why the winds over the United States and over Australia blow from east to west over Europe.
The wind is relevant, Jeremy, because they want to say that the air's moving with the Earth, but that's not the same as the wind. But it is the same as the wind. They want to say it. They want to have their cake and eat it too.
No, because if you say the air isn't moving, but the Earth is moving, then you have to talk about 700 to 1,000 mile per hour winds, and there's obviously no 700 to 1,000 mile per hour winds.
Right, which makes that's why because the Earth isn't moving.
The Earth is moving, so we can prove that with
the winds blow from all different directions.
The Earth is moving. Go see your local Foucault pendulum.
We heard these arguments, bro. You left the conversation for a little while, and we've totally moved on from
no,
these
I've been
talking
totally
points that you
listening
just
to
go
it.
back to as if no one's heard it before.
Fade, you do
But,
sound like the
I mean,
guy at the museum. You do sound like the guy at the museum. You walk in, they're like, "Yeah, the Earth's rotating. Look, we got this pendulum over here.
Yep.
Come on, everyone
That's
to
how
the
it
left.
works.
Come on, get in line."
yeah. So we've heard it, Jeremy. So
I don't know why you
when
brought
you
wind
said there
up,
was
though.
at the because if you think that the plane's automatically moving with the Earth because of the atmosphere, air, whatever you want to call it, then there would have to be a wind that consistently carries the plane along with the Earth. A wind. Do you understand that?
No,
Yeah,
there's
that's
no
what it would
wind.
have to be. Because if there's a force
No, that's not
moving
what
the
does it.
plane into a new speed eastward, right? It would
Talking
have
about the
to
globe
force
model
the
right now?
plane. Yeah, if it was a globe. That's how it would have to work, right? It would have to be this consistent wind, atmosphere, air, whatever you want to call it, right? The air pushing the plane is a wind,
So they're not
technically speaking.
all in an inertial reference frame? Like air is not, it isn't being parted by the aircraft itself? Or is that...
Let's. Yeah, I've
This
got a
is it. I just
question.
wanted to work this
I've got
out
a
with
question.
Jeremy
I've
because
got a
Jeremy
question.
thinks he disagrees with what I'm saying, but I think it's been clear. I don't know how many times I have to say it, how many hours. I don't know if you've listened to me go on this with these guys for
I've
hours.
heard you for countless hours on this, and
I've got a
And I don't know
question.
why you don't
With
get
a
it.
new perspective. Got a
What's up,
question.
Jim?
You know when I've got a question. You know when you said that the aeroplane would have to be moved by the wind, right? If the wind is moving west to east, you know, on that ball,
Yeah.
and the aeroplane is heading west, that means that as the aeroplane is heading west, it's still moving backwards. Is that right? Is that what you're saying?
That's what they have to say. Yeah, but at the same time, that you'd be going into this. You'd be going against the speed, against the spin, right? And if you headed south, and I always say west southwest, because if you're headed towards the equator and you're going west southwest, how are you going to bank east? Not that they're taught to do that anyways, which proves it doesn't move. But even if they were taught to bank east to catch up to the Earth to have that new tangential velocity, well, how are they going to bank east if you're going west southwest towards the equator, right?
What medium are they using for flight?
The air moves in one direction only. Is that what you're saying? No, the air moves in all directions. So what's your point?
It's called wind.
Yep, wind.
Yeah, why are we
Wind,
talking
air,
about wind, though?
atmosphere, same thing. Wind, air, atmosphere. You can't separate those. They're all the same.
If we say there's no wind and the medium isn't moving,
yeah, it's not moving.
You cut out.
You got that
You
part
cut
right.
out. So let me just say this. You said the wind. There's a wind that has to be moving it along with, as it's traveling east, north, or south.
Well, in their globe hopes and dreams, it would have to be like pushing the plane sideways without any gauge of that. Like the pilot wouldn't have any like idea that it's being pushed along, right? So that's a weird thing anyway, because if your plane is being pushed in one vector sideways as you're flying south, and you're flying south, right? You're being pushed along with this atmosphere. So they have to think of it as just like happening but not happening, so that they can pretend that it's a stationary Earth. Or they can pretend that it's a globe and then it's actually stationary, right? But it doesn't work because, like you say, with your, leading the target idea.
Yeah,
my
my shit makes sense. I don't know.
Yeah.
I ain't
Well,
following
it's
yours.
the same thing I've
need
been
to.
saying, dude, for hours and hours. It's the same thing I've been saying. But
No, it's not.
you don't realize that they wouldn't even be able to land because you have to have that eastward vector of this conserved momentum that you no longer match with once you get to the 1,000 miles an hour, because you don't have 500 miles per hour added in that eastward vector automatically because of this wind / air / atmosphere, whatever you want to call it. That doesn't happen.
Bro, my thing ain't got nothing to do with that. My shit is all about the paths they take and which frame and the distances they travel.
But the reason that there is that longer distance, right, is because of the spin of the Earth, correct?
The reason it has a tangential difference is because the Earth spins, yeah.
Yeah, so you're catching up to your destination point is moving faster than you are. That's why you would have to lead the target and catch up to that place that it's going to be, not where it is when you start out. If it stayed where it is when you start out, you'd just fly straight there. But because it's moving faster than you're moving in a sideways eastward vector, which you already agreed, planes only fly in one vector, right? Now they can even add those vectors together, like Paymaster Show likes to say, right? And say it's just vector mass. It's the same vector because you can go eastward and south, and it's southeast, and it doesn't matter but then you'd have to like catch up and then be moving eastward with this 1,000 miles an hour, 500 miles per hour faster than where you started off. In the sideways motion, that vector has to be 500 miles per hour faster than where you started off, Jeremy. And you're going to slow down to 100 miles per hour and then still somehow be moving faster eastward with the Earth so that you can treat the runway as stationary. Does that
Hey, left lane. Left lane, if there's no wind and you move your hand through the air, the medium, will you feel some resistance on your hand?
If I move my hand through the air, will I feel
And there's
resistance?
no wind. Yeah. Will you feel
Yes.
like the feeling of a sensation, sort of like wind on your
Yes.
hand?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm doing it right here in my truck. Yeah, I can move
So
my hand
everybody
through the
needs
air.
to remember what you said. And you said there's no wind. That is the atmosphere in lockstep. So when an airplane is flying through the no wind air, doesn't it create its own resistance? And there's going to be a different tangential resistance as you change altitude and direction.
No. I mean, if you think about it being in lockstep and rotating, that tangential velocity will increase as you gain altitude. If it were lagging, there would be a variance, but it's just I mean, the tangential velocity is just a consequence of the altitude. What?
Yeah, left lane. When I hear you speak about flight, left lane, I'm being more convinced that you're not really going for a pilot's license. You're not speaking coherently as somebody who's flying a plane here on Earth.
You know what? It's a good thing. It's a good thing that you're not going to be the federal inspector that's going to issue my license when I get done.
No, hey, Jim, left lane's a help to us because he says he's never taught about Coriolis. He just treats it as stationary and level, just like all the flight simulators and all the training would have him think, right? So it's true. It's stationary and level. But he doesn't see that it would be any different with these like tangential velocity differences and the curvature and all that. It wouldn't even matter because it's the same thing as being stationary. Somehow in his mind, he thinks it's the same thing. I'd like to be able to convince him the dynamics would be completely different. I've talked through it many times. The atmosphere doesn't go with the Earth automatically. You're out of sync with the Earth. Think about it as in sync or out of sync, right? If the Earth's ground is moving at a faster speed eastward than your plane is supposedly moving with it, because you don't match the new tangential velocity, right? You're going to have to worry about that. It would be something they would include in the training. It would be very, very critical to make sure that somehow the plane has jets on the side so it can move in that vector as well as a southern vector or wherever it's flying. And think about all the different angles.
Like flying in space.
Yeah, you'd have to have jets on the side of the airplane to keep up with the Earth as you're landing on what seems like a stationary runway at all different angles. It doesn't work.
It's ridiculous. Not only that, I'm going to post 19 pilots have recently come out stated that the Earth is flat and stationary. Pilots who have been flying longer than you have, left lane. I don't think you're flying at all. I think you're lying. You're not flying
No, he's
any
not
plane.
lying. Don't say he's lying. I think he flies.
Jen, you're pushing buttons and you're trying to piss me off.
There's no reason to call him a liar, Jen. It doesn't even matter. He's a help to us. Like I said, he thinks it's just like it's being stationary, even though it's spinning. That's laughable in my opinion, but that's what he thinks. So it helps us because I don't know how anyone else could think that you'd be able to fly a plane and treat it as stationary if it wasn't.
Jin, is this going to be another YouTube video? And if so, am I going to be able to actually search the names of the people that presented? And will they have the qualifications that
well, I'll leave that for you to wonder for yourself, okay? But when I post it, I heard them tell you how the Earth is not a ball spinning, and they laugh at the idea. Okay?
I'm just asking if you check their qualifications.
I'm satisfied with who they are and their credentials.
You
Yes,
didn't.
I'm
So
satisfied.
no, you didn't check their
Again,
qualification.
did someone check to see if they have any common sense? I think that's the most important thing.
Well,
yeah, it must
Jin
have
is
common sense if
notorious
they're saying
for
it doesn't work the exact same thing as like a stationary level being the same thing as a spinning ball. Come on, guys. Have some
The
common
reason I
sense.
ask is Jin is notorious for posting citations with so-called experts who, when you actually look into them, do not have the credentials they claim. So that's why I felt it was perfectly right to ask Jin if he checked the credentials of these people that he's putting forward as experts.
Oh, why don't you just check the credentials when the thing comes out? There's been lots of pilots that have come out. Just go through your list of people. If you want to question their credentials, I mean, a lot of them may have gotten fired. Who knows?
Oh, right. Those.
Can anyone link to one that's not just an anonymous quote?
Yeah, there's lots of them, bro. Come on.
That's not a link.
And it's anonymous.
Right, you got a name, you got something we can actually look into and verify. Yeah, they've got 10,000 flight hours. They've got.
It's not. I don't think appealing to credentials is what we're worried about on our side. It's just common sense we're talking about right now.
You invoked the experts with many hours of flight. You're exactly appealing to their credentials. We're asking if those credentials are real.
Yeah, actually, I always post people of the highest integrity. I'm not famous for posting people who have no credentials. That's not how I roll. I don't, I ooze integrity when I come here.
You're right.
So don't give me that
The
rubbish that you speak. So as far as I am concerned, you know my name, you know where I am, you know what I look like, you know my car registration number. I have proven that I'm a man of integrity many times than you yourself. I don't know you. You speak complete rubbish all the time. Okay.
Jin,
and when I post my videos, they are innocent until proven guilty. It's not guilty until proven innocent. Okay.
Jin, you post videos that cite the alien Bilu.
He's a
Excuse me, I don't know
Portuguese-speaking
anything about
alien in a bush.
You got the same argument, or is that a
I
different?
don't know
Hold on,
anything about
hold on a
that.
second. Is
I
that the
don't follow aliens. I never did from the age of 10 onwards.
Well, these guys that you're
argument is
referencing.
Bilu the alien?
Associated myself with the idea of
Go ahead,
aliens
Jimmy.
from my younger days. Okay, so as far as I'm concerned, what you're saying is slanderous because I don't do what you say. You're lying as you've always done, always talking rubbish. And just why don't you just look at the information? If you're not satisfied, you're perfectly welcome to go and check their credentials. If you want,
I will.
That's
Go ahead and post
your
it.
choice.
Go ahead and post it. I'll check the
Thank you very much.
credentials.
Yeah, I will do. I will do.
Yeah.
Don't worry.
And
Wait
when their
patiently.
credentials don't check
Good
out,
things come to those who wait. Good
when their
things
credentials don't check out, you'll be humble and honest about this and say, "Yep, those credentials were not."
I'm always
Jen.
I'm always humble. I'm always humble. Don't worry.
Right, and you're always very gracious with sharing the
point
mic
out
too.
Don't you worry about
I
that,
can-
son. I'm always humble.
Okay, I can point out the fallacy if you want. I feel like let's just move on, though. I don't know. I mean, it was this Bilu alien.
Very,
Was he
very
involved?
forthcoming.
Was he involved in the? Oh my God,
Sorry.
Jen.
You hear Jeremy, Jen?
Jen, can you hear me? Is my mic fucked up?
No, we hear you, Jeremy.
I hear you.
Was the B? I
Hey,
can point
Jen.
out the fallacy. Oh, go ahead, left lane.
No, Jen, can you hear Jeremy? He's just not responding.
Yeah, I don't know. Was Bilu involved in this argument Jen's talking about?
Well,
the people that provide the video are this. I think it's even in the same video that they talk about this Portuguese-speaking alien in a bush.
But it's different arguments, right? But it's a different argument, right?
Well, the people that are presenting these pilots presented as being real that there was a Portuguese-speaking alien in the bush.
I know. Is this argument Jin's making? Does that have anything to do with this Bilu thing?
It's the same
As
citation.
far as the argument.
It's the same citation.
Well, his argument, he was
know.
citing his own high standard of only posting strictly truthful videos, almost as a self-authority citation. So it kind of was related.
No doubt. What's Jin's argument with this?
These guys are presenting pilots that say Earth is flat, and those same people that are presenting these pilots also present Bilu.
Okay, so the pilot thing and the Bilu thing, they're not other than it's the same people. That's not the same argument, right?
Correct. Yes.
Nothing to do with each other's the other argument.
You got things all mixed up, guys. Okay, Jin, if Jin comes back, he can describe it. But the Bilu thing is connected to a documentary called Concave Earth, or Convex Earth, it's called. Convex Earth. That doesn't have much to do with pilots at all. Now, Jin has referenced that because they did some like long distance like radar tests and some different things in that documentary. One of the guys who's part of that documentary was involved in some other thing involving Bilu. And
Yes.
Now another entire documentary that I believe probably Jin was referring to is maybe like the level. Was it one of the levels, or no? It was Flatten the Curve, maybe. That may be the Flatten the Curve one. If that's the one Jin often references when it comes to pilots. So you guys have got things all mishmashed.
Well, Flatten the Curve.
And Jin just posted the 19 pilots. Yeah, he just posted this video as well. It has nothing to do with the Convex Earth documentary.
Okay, I'll watch this one. The Flatten the Curve, it does fall right in line with the people who claim credentials that don't have them. And if you're going to lie to me about one thing, why wouldn't you lie to me about other things?
So is that your argument?
I don't know who you're talking to or about, but whatever hangups you have are on you. I'm just trying to clarify what the actual sources are being discussed. Although I'm not even 100% sure. So if Jin comes back or at some point, he could clarify what he's referring to. But he's still posting some stuff in the chat.
I mean, it sounds like a genetic just sounds like a genetic fallacy to me, but
sounds like these guys just trolling.
Yeah, the guys are going up to pilots on the airliners and asking them to confirm that the Earth is flat, and they just laugh and say, "Yeah, the Earth's flat," and then they walk off. So that's about the size of it.
Just so you guys know, I saw Bilu live on TV when the whole thing was taken.
Bilu lives.
What are you now talking about? This has something to do with the Flatten the Curve documentary now, Left Lane?
No, the thing that Jen just posted with says the 19 pilots confirm flat Earth. It's people walking up to pilots like on the airline and asking, "Are you the captain?" And yeah, can you confirm that the Earth is flat? And then they just laugh and say, "Yeah, the Earth's flat," and they walk off. That kind of stuff. It's not like they've got pilots sitting and talking about the dimensions of the planet or the or flat Earth. It's just people asking.
Oh, you thought the pilots were joking? You thought the pilots were joking?
Yeah, well, but it's also not what this video is. I'm skimming through it. There's a bunch of pilots being interviewed. There's a whole bunch of different things on this. It's not just people going up and just randomly trying to act like jokesters. Although some of them could be like that. I don't know, but I haven't seen this whole thing yet.
I'm sure he's severely downplaying this whole thing. Yeah. Did you even watch this, Left Lane?
Yeah, these are like long. Some of these looks like they're longer conversations, like interchanges. So,
yeah, what he's attempting
really, bro.
To do right now is spam the chat with lots of different things so that we get lost and we can't fact check what he was claiming. What he was claiming was there was pilots who sat down and did this and had their name out there, and I'm not even sure which one of his 10 videos to look at.
All right. Well, it sounds like that's up to you to manage. So, what topic are we on? Move on to something a little bit more enlightening.
Busy day today. Busy day. Definitely been having some combos. Even with the opposing side, like Witsit had one with Parks the other night. I had one with Blue earlier. It's been some pretty good exchanges.
Nice.
So what else? What else we got? Come on, you guys got something. Is it Coriolis week?
You're unmuted, Chills. You were unmuted a long time ago.
No, I was unmuted like 10 seconds ago. Thank you, though, for the unmute.
You have something mind blowing to bring us? Something that'll just advance?
I like that.
Oh no, you're done. I let you. You muted me all through the conversation, so I'll just let it go.
I like that jelly bean thing someone was talking about the other day, where the more people you got guessing the amount of jelly beans. I think it was Buster. Maybe he was talking about the more people you got guessing at a jar of jelly beans, closer you'll get to the correct answer. What's that thing called?
Yeah. Buster brought it up. Yeah, forgot the name.
What's it called?
I forgot the name, bro.
Come on, man. That's like the 10th time I forgot it. You guys told I asked like 5 times that night. Saying that's your boy. Ask him what it is.
Yeah, next time I'll ask him. The
That's
more
pretty neat.
time
That just
people guess, the more correct they are of the number of jelly beans. Now, if that
the
ain't
closer
freaked
they'll
out,
get to the actual answer.
yeah.
That's awesome. That's just like 2 heads are better than 1. This is that playing out in reality. I mean, you got 1 person guessing, maybe you got 2, maybe a little closer. You get 3, 4, 5, you get 1 million. You probably get the exact number at a certain
You can talk
point.
about regression to the mean.
What's it called? No, that ain't what Buster called it.
No.
Regression to the mean.
Regression to the mean average, MEAN.
Would you say regression?
Yes, regress to the mean.
Regress to mean? I don't know, man. I can't even. Close on it.
Sorry. Left Lane, are you still here?
Yeah.
What kind of aviation license are you going for?
Just PPL, just private pilot.
Do you get into navigation in that, or?
Absolutely.
Interesting.
Yeah, you go through. You got to get all your navigation stuff down. Prove that you're proficient in cross country planning.
Boy, if somebody
at
came
ground-
up to you,
ground school.
if somebody came up to you while you're up in the pilot seat and asked you about flat Earth, boy, you would have a lot to say, wouldn't you? You
Oh,
would
yeah.
have like
Yeah. It would be
mountains.
interesting. Yeah.
Yeah, you have thousands
and
of hours
it-
of listening to all kinds of stuff. So maybe going up and asking pilots is not such a dumb thing to do, eh?
No, I would say to me it doesn't matter. It works on it works the same on both models.
That's a good idea.
Generally, the last thing a pilot wants to do is get in an argument with a passenger. If somebody says
I
something
mean,
like
I'm
that,
sure Left Lane would be willing to.
yeah, it's flat, sure, whatever you want.
Left Lane, wouldn't you be willing to get in an argument with a passenger over if the Earth is flat or not?
No, we're not going to be arguing on the plane for sure.
You wouldn't be chit chatting on the plane?
You know,
No
I
chit-chat?
never really thought about chit chatting, but like
It's like driving
when
a
you're
car,
like
right?
no,
Are we still on
uh,
airplanes?
when you're landing, for instance,
Oh God, we are.
you can't tell nobody your name. I mean, you're so focused
Yeah, but you're up
you
there
know
floating around and you're having a good old time. No stress. You just wee through the air. I mean, there's time to
yeah,
chit chat.
autopilot. Yeah, you could go. You could just. It's not that big a deal. It's pretty intense for me still. I'm comfortable flying. I'm comfortable taking off and landing. I'm not scared anymore. But it's still pretty focused
You were
activity.
scared at first.
Oh, I was shit. Freaked me the fuck
You
out.
just do what the guy says. I could probably get it in my first shot. Just like show me what buttons to hit and shit.
Well, you know, I had the same idea. I thought on my first, actually flying the plane, and I flew it right off the get go. But yeah, I was freaked the fuck out.
I mean, yeah, it'd be a little nerve wracking, but as long as you know what to do and what buttons to hit and what you're good.
Yeah.
Unless
Yeah.
something goes wrong with the plane, I mean, shit. You're safer
Yeah.
flying than driving, though, ain't it?
That has to do. I don't know about
Overall,
general.
yeah.
I don't know about
It's
general aviation, but you're safer on the airlines than you are driving to the airport for sure.
Yeah, it's the same. It's a safe activity as long as even
gotta
if your
shoot.
engine quits and you've got altitude, I can glide
You got to shoot.
like a long way. No, I don't have a chute.
Why?
They weigh a bunch.
Not
so
uncommon.
you gotta have
Crash
maintenance
landing is
on.
better.
The
Way more fun.
plane that was
It's only the very.
There's
new
a plane that has
airplanes.
a parachute though.
plane my brother was
Right, but those are only the
fixing to
very
buy
newest
had a
ones.
parachute on it.
Hold on, guys.
The
Hold on,
Cyrus
everyone.
might be a Cyrus.
Yeah, those only very new ones, and they tend to be small because parachutes are,
Yeah, those are
I mean,
private.
if you want a parachute for a 747, oh my god.
What was you saying, Raquel? You and your brother did what?
Be real.
Rocky, are you on an island?
Is that me, robot? I was on mute.
Yeah. Say something else.
Isn't there something like if you
You
jump out
actually
of a
sounded good right there.
Yeah.
at altitude, you're not actually conscious enough to pull your chute when it comes time? Don't you pass out?
Right, because unless you have oxygen supply, if you're up at
Dude,
40,000 feet. But here's the
don't
really cool part. You'll probably wake up as you come through 10,000 feet.
Bro, you don't jump out until you get lower.
Well, he's talking about.
You jump out right before you hit.
He's talking
And
about
then you're
the.
good.
He's talking about the
Like a-
airplane. He's talking about the airplane blowing up or splitting apart at altitude.
you don't pull the chute.
Well, you probably
You
don't
pull
have a chute.
Oh,
Yeah, that happens.
oxygen.
That's something that actually happens. There's pilots have either lost consciousness or they get into IMC and they end up in a dive and they overspeed the plane and the plane will actually break up, the wings and the tail come off the plane before they get to the ground.
If they don't get oxygen, yeah, I can see that being an issue. Obviously, you can't get oxygen. But still, if you're in little, how high are you flying last lane? That probably ain't even an issue for you. You probably got an open window, ain't it?
Yeah, 6,000 feet's about as high as I'll go.
Yeah, you don't need no oxygen and shit. You're good. You pull the chute, boom. Right?
Yep. If I had
probably. I mean, I would probably splurge and get a chute. Like, at least you have options.
Well, they make
Airplanes
planes
are
now that
cool.
have the chute options, but like Cessnas and the 172 or 182 doesn't have a chute.
Just buy the Cyrus, man. It's only a couple million.
Yeah,
I'm sure you can pick one up for a few. I don't know how much a parachute is. $500, $1,000.
Oh, you mean a personal strap-on? Jump out?
Yeah, bro. So you're good.
Yeah.
What did you think I'm at? A shoot for the whole plane or something?
Well, they've got planes now that have
Bro, you're
parachutes on them.
still gonna get fucked up if you just float down with a giant parachute. Your whole plane's on a parachute. You're gonna get fucked up on a landing.
No, they
Crazy.
land pretty gentle.
Yeah.
They do pretty good.
You like float down like we.
I imagine
sounds
you
crazy,
hit pretty
bro.
solid, but you're in the seat strapped in,
I'm
and it
saying you hit
lands
like
flat.
vertical. You hit like the
No,
plane's like the fuselage is like vertical, or like where's the chute at in this whole scenario?
no, yeah, it's centered. It didn't, maybe not perfectly flat, but it's not like up on its nose or anything.
So if you're buckled in and everything's secure, you should be good.
Yeah.
Chill, bro. That sounds crazy. I might rather float down in my own personal chute.
It'd be a bitch to climb out of that airplane as it's falling. Golly.
It's probably highly illegal though. You can't just let a plane you can't just like abandon your plane, bro.
There was a dude
you
did
get
it a
huge
couple of
trouble
years
for that.
ago. There was a
Yeah,
YouTuber.
the
He
plane swapped
had
in.
well, that was the Red Bull thing. Yeah, that was a big deal. But they had it all cleared with FAA or something. I don't know how they got away with it. But there was a YouTuber that had a little 152, and he jumped out of his plane while he was live streaming.
Can't they just
And
remote control planes at this point? I mean, I feel like that wouldn't be that hard.
I
To
guess.
remote control steer a plane. I mean, we're talking
Well,
about
they've got
levers and gears and shit. And
they got
remote
big
and remote.
drones now that are remote control.
That's
Big
what I
drones.
mean. How hard could it be to fly a plane with a drone? A plane with a with a remote.
No.
In your private license, do you have to do like water escape
Pirate
training and all
license.
that?
No.
Yeah, pirate license.
Right, that's
He's
what
already
I
in the shipping business.
Have you done your solo already?
Yeah. Yeah, I did that back October last year.
This doesn't help us at all because we can't. There's nothing. You fly as if it's flat, anyways. It could be either one. You say this doesn't help us at all.
No, that's what I meant. The plain argument is not. I
No,
mean, from new
my argument's
perspectives,
dope.
from his perspective, he's got an argument, but he's
I
got a
don't get
problem
it,
with
but
his reference frames.
Yeah, I don't get his, but mine is crystal clear because it's just basic Coriolis stuff and how it works.
The problem where aviation disproves the flat Earth is when you start flying long distances over the globe Earth and you get up on the Great Circle routes. If you fly from Los Angeles to London, you're up over Hudson Bay. That wouldn't work on a flat Earth. And these new airplanes can go a long time. They can almost go halfway around the world. I don't think they're quite there yet.
Surely we should be able to cross the Antarctic by now, no?
Well, the problem with crossing the Antarctic is that these two-engine airplanes have to be within ETOPS rules. I think they're at like ETOPS plus 380
Yeah,
or
it's how
something.
far you can fly if one engine, the ETOPS thing, yeah.
Wait, so a 747 wouldn't be able to?
Well, 747 can, sure, because it's got 4 engines. It wouldn't be worried about. 2-engine airplanes, though, you have to worry about your ETOPS rules, which means you have to be within, I think it's 320 minutes of an airport. And there's a couple in Antarctica and around it, but they get weathered in the wintertime. So
What's the ETOPS on a 747?
ETOPS are twin engine rules. The 747 has 4 engines, so you don't have to worry about ETOPS rules.
So any plane with more than
So we
2
can go
engines, right? Basically.
So we
777.
So we can go wherever we want. There's no ETOPS for this 747 thing.
That's correct.
And we can fly halfway around the world in it.
The 7.4 depends on your payload, because of the 4 engines. With the newer ones, yeah, probably just about.
We'll have the whole thing filled with fuel.
There's the Boeing
We're gonna
777
remote
also.
control this one. I don't know who's
That's
gonna.
a twin engine airplane.
No,
So again,
wait, the 777-200LR.
We're definitely remote controlling this plane because that's not. I'm not flying it.
It's still
Oh,
a
yeah.
twin engine airplane.
Yeah, you're right.
Get those remote controls ready.
So the other reason you don't generally fly over Antarctica is that there's no reason to yet. I mean, it's only a few
Don't worry
routes.
about what you normally would or wouldn't do.
You know, there's a few routes that would fly you directly over Antarctica. If you fly from Perth to Rio de Janeiro, you basically go right over the South Pole. But there's very little demand for Perth to Rio de Janeiro.
Good to know. Glad we cleared that up. In the meantime, it's good to know that if we did have 747 money, we could schedule a trip over to.
There's a couple other ones like I can't think right now. The Airbuses have. There's a couple that have 4 engines, right?
Yeah, the 350 is a 4-engine airplane, I believe.
Whatever.
Well, there was a 747 pilot that was offering at least his services. You probably have to, to take off from Rio and fly to Perth and go directly over the South Pole. You'd have to charter the airplane though, and that's not cheap.
Yeah. How much would something like this run us?
Charter 747.
Millions of dollars.
Millions of dollars for a 747?
Well, you got to get it you got to get it someplace, and then you got to fly it. It takes a lot of gas and a crew of like 11 people.
Dude, we don't need a crew. There ain't room for the crew. We ain't got to wait.
Yes, you need the crew according to the rules.
Why?
In case you crash the thing and you need someone to serve you food, you need someone to fly the airplane.
I mean, bro, we're not going to be in the hot tub hopping bubbly up there. All right, we don't whatever. $1 million, you said?
Oh, he had a figure.
The A340 has 4 engines.
340, okay, that's the one.
A340 long range. That might be cheaper than the 747.
And we don't need. It don't matter as long as it's doable. So we don't need no permits or no. We can just shoot right over.
How would that work? Like, let's say we do get that plane that can do that, and then we get the pilot. Do we have to get like a certain permit or something to do that flight route, or?
You'd have to file it, but you could do it.
File it.
You'd have to get there. You'd have to get the fuel and pay for the pilots to fly there. I mean, it's not cheap, but you could do it. You'd have good space people. Have someone in Perth looking see the airplane coming from the north, and have someone in wherever you depart from, and have them see that you leave going south. Probably want to do it in the Antarctic summertime so you could see.
I mean, yeah, if there was north-south circumnavigation, I don't know how I would wrap my head around that.
No, they've done the north to south circumnavigation a couple of times. Well, somebody just did it a couple of years ago. Pan Am 50 did
Oh,
it
I know.
back in
Really,
the
we never
70s.
heard of that. We never heard of this before. I know. Post something. I never heard of that. Post it. This is the weird games you be playing with me, dude. I'm just joking. Dude, I've seen them all. We've exposed all these things.
No, you have.
One time it was a little girl. One time the guy didn't even do it. Post something. We'll go through it. Post it.
Oh, fuck me.
You got some definitive proof of north-south circumnavigation? I want to see it. Let's go.
There you go. Start with the latest one.
Just give me the best one. Don't give me the latest one. Just give me the best one. The one that shows north-south circumnavigation.
I just noticed Jin came back. Jin, are you actually with us? Guess not. Sorry to interrupt, Jeremy. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm here with you lot, listening. Yeah. What's up? What's up?
I was going to ask.
Hey, send me that in the, hold on real quick. Paige, send me that in the DM. I can't fuck with that right now.
Okay.
I was going to ask which one of those videos had the interviews where the pilot sat down with a name I could research. There was quite a few videos that you posted, many of which you and I have talked about.
Well, maybe he didn't post them for you, possibly.
Sure. That's why I was asking him if which one he did post in reference to the conversation we were having.
Every single one of them. Have a good look.
Well, that last
I like to tsunami you with the truth. I like to
All right, there,
tsunami.
there it is. That's for you, Kool-Aid. Take the tsunami. Go ahead, check it out.
Okay.
And
Cool.
Yeah.
give us a book review and let us know what you found.
Sure. In that last one, the torpedo that's in question, according to the diagram, it was fired by a ship that never existed except in a video game. The actual ships that those torpedoes were fired from had them mounted about 3 meters above the water line, and they actually fell through the air in order to get to depth. Stop me when you've heard any and all of this before, Jin.
There's two delivery methods. One that you just mentioned, and the one mentioned in the actual video that I posted. The fact is,
from the ship that
the Americans. Let me finish. Let me finish now. Because you started it, I'll finish it. The facts, the historical facts are this: the British, the Americans, and the Australians didn't think that the Japanese could make a torpedo to rival the performance of theirs, and they end up making the most powerful torpedo ever built at that time. Okay, it had a range of 24 miles. Okay, and it delivered a devastating blow to the Americans, Australians, and to the British. Okay.
Could you address the fact that the vessel shown in that video?
Why would you interrupt while I'm talking? I'm not going to be reacting to anything you've said until I'm finished what I'm saying. Okay, and the fact is, within that distance of 24 miles, the torpedo, if you factor in the Earth's curvature, it would have surfaced by 7 miles. That's the thing, right? So that torpedo proves flat Earth. The beauty of that.
Could you please react to the fact that the vessel pictured in that video only exists in the World of Warships video game?
As far as I'm concerned, that what was being described through other documentaries that I watched stated that it was fired 15 feet in the water. 15 feet. So, that's what I'm going to take as the truth.
That vessel doesn't exist.
Not from you who is unable to actually substantiate the Earth is a globe that is spinning.
That vessel doesn't exist and has never existed other than the video game. Could you please address
I'm concerned?
Use code Flat Earth.
Yeah. As far as I'm concerned. Yeah, you look at Type 93 torpedo and its launch mechanisms, and it states it was launched 15 feet into the water. So there you go.
Would you please address the fact that the vessel doesn't exist?
They've given it a name. It's got a name. The name is there. It must have existed. The name is there.
It was never laid down. Was never
as far as I'm concerned, the ship existed. It has been described how it works. They fired that torpedo. It destroyed many Americans, Australians, and British ships. It's in the history books. It proves flat Earth in the meantime.
Where was the ship launched from? What was the launch date of the ship? You said it existed.
I cannot give you that piece of information.
Where did the ship made its demise? Where was it sunk?
I cannot give you that information either, as I haven't looked that up.
Does the ship
I'm not really interested in that. I'm only interested in the fact that it proves flat up that torpedo itself, it's known as the Sansoguri, the oxygen torpedo, or the Long Lance. That name was given to it after the war had ended. It was given the name. The Long Lance was a devastating piece of machinery, kit. They've got it at Pearl Harbor. I have my photographs of it. And I thought, well done, the Japs, for building the best torpedo at the time, after they were ridiculed that they could not build any torpedo of any kind.
Okay. Would you refusing to address the fact the ship doesn't?
I'm not refusing to address any fact. I'm addressing
you
everything
weren't
that
going to
I
interrupt
choose
me.
to address. Yeah.
You are going to interrupt me? Okay.
No, I'm
Let
saying
him
that
finish.
you're going to barrage
Give
me.
him
I'm
like
going to
20, 30 seconds, will you?
Yeah, go
I'm
on.
just asking if you could please address the fact the ship only exists in a video game.
Well, as far as I'm concerned, the ship existed. That's why they gave it the name.
Do you have any evidence the ship existed? I can show you where he got the diagram from. It is from the World of Warships Wikipedia page.
The ship existed, as far as I'm concerned, from the other documentaries that I have watched. And I'm quite satisfied. I am quite satisfied that the Sansoguri, with a range of 24 miles, proves the Earth is a stationary plane. Because if there was curvature around, the torpedo would never meet its target 24 miles away, traveling at 40 miles per hour roughly. It would never have done that, and it would have surfaced, and the enemies would have known that, oh, there comes another Japanese torpedo. So no,
Can you
sorry.
provide the name of or a link to a documentary that mentions this ship exists?
Why don't you actually type it in for yourself?
I have.
Because you're more than capable of doing that, and then you will see that there is so many documentaries on that topic matter of the Sansoguri Type 93.
Not talking about the torpedo.
Type it in.
I'm talking about the ship. The ship that doesn't
I'm talking about the torpedo. I'm talking about the torpedo that actually does the 24 miles.
But
hits the target.
So that torpedo can do 24 miles, and that's the claim? Or what?
Yeah, that was the longest torpedo range at the time. Yeah, it destroyed 16 enemy ships to its record.
And it was launched from it was launched from 3 meters above the water line on the deck of the destroyers. It was not launched at the bottom of a ship that did not ever exist.
There are other documentaries that state that it was launched in the water, 15 feet in the water.
Could you please provide me with one of those?
Well, why don't you just search it for yourself? It's called you can do that yourself. I've done enough provisions. I've provided enough. I've given you a tongue wetter. Your appetite is there. Now you can further your investigation for yourself. Okay? I found it. I found it because I decided to look. You can do the same. Look. You have your fingers. You have your technology. Work it, boy. Work it.
Anybody in this, seriously? Does anybody in this room think I haven't looked this up?
Well, I don't think you have. Because if you had, then you would see the documentaries that I'm talking about. So I think you haven't.
Why can I tell you the super battleship that was laid down in World War?
Because you're a gamer. Because you're into the games of things. Obviously.
Seriously, Jin, I let you talk. Please give me the same respect. I can tell you the super battleship as laid down in World War II, the plans were built, the plans were drawn up. That is completely true. The hull was never laid down. The ship does not exist.
Not according to the documentaries that I watched.
Could you please provide me
and like I said, as I've said before, you're going to have to let your fingers do the walking. Because if I could find it, you can find it. Simple as that. And I'm more concerned with the devastating effect of that Sansor Guroi over 24 miles. Beautiful. Proving flat Earth, destroying the enemy at the same time. I mean, what more can a man ask for in research? That is the research mother lode, as they call it. That is a researcher's mother lode.
Oh, what evil laugh. Holy shit. It went silent.
Yep.
That's so crazy.
Maybe Nilu came from.
Is he doing something?
I don't suppose anybody knows how to search DMs for keywords.
Control F.
I mean, through all DMs from everybody.
From all DMs, you'd probably have to install like a plugin to do that. Because you'd have to go. Well, actually, yeah.
Okay, that's what it looked like.
Would you guys fall asleep?
No math.
I mean, this Coriolis thing really ain't that serious of a deal. We know how much electricity we can put in to make it fly 1 meter in reality.
The Coriolis effect, isn't that just the wind currents? Right?
No, it's not just wind, it's deviation. Deviation when viewed from a straight line, or sorry, when viewed from a non-inertial reference frame. Apparent deviation
From what?
of an object. It's the apparent deviation of an object when viewed from a non-inertial reference frame.
It's not inertial with the Earth?
The Earth would be the non-inertial reference frame, and the plane or the whatever's moving over the surface would be it would be in the inertial frame.
So then what causes it?
It causes it because there's something moving above a rotating body. Whenever you have something moving above a rotating body, changing its tangential speed in relation to the tangential body, like it moves into a new area of a different tangential speed. That's how you get it. That's what causes it.
So like a transformation, like a relative transformation of its
It's a deviation.
vector components.
It's a deviation. You'd have two different paths. So if you have something fly above a rotating reference frame, you get two different paths. One will be the inertial frame, one will be the non-inertial frame. There'll be two different paths. These paths tell us a lot about what it actually did. Because what it actually did is what happened in the inertial frame. You can call that the reality frame, if you will, because that's the actual distance. You can demonstrate that. Like I could fly a drone a meter in the inertial frame, and depending on how fast I rotate the object, we can change that number drastically in the non-inertial frame. But it'll always go a meter in the inertial frame because that's the actual distance it's traveling. And since they fly great circle routes on a globe, that means they're actually traveling in a curved path in the inertial frame, meaning they took a longer path than they needed to, because a shorter path would have been to fly in the inertial frame in a straight line. The inertial frame. Sorry, go ahead.
Wouldn't they be flying in a curved? Wouldn't that be like relative to them? It wouldn't seem to be curving at all. I'd assume that they would be flying in a straight line, or as straight as they can fly. But I mean, they have GPS on it. There's curves. I don't know where that comes from.
Yeah, they say we're flying great circle routes, which is a line that doesn't deviate left to right. That means in the inertial frame, you were curving left to right because they can't be straight in both frames. That's why you have the Coriolis effect, is because there's a deviation of the line. If there's no deviation of the lines, there's no Coriolis effect. It's like in the inertial frame, you get to somewhere and you're going in a straight line, basically a radius. And if you have to do that curved, it's going to be a longer distance. I've had these guys agree with me, disagree. It's so frustrating. Like they really want to argue that if we have it on the inertial path, making it look like it flies 1,000 meters, 100 meters, whatever, when we know we only gave it enough juice to fly 1 meter. They act like that 10,000 meter one is the right number because that's what they viewed it. Like they think there's no reality or something. And it's weird. Anyways, what are you guys getting sleepy?
No, I'm just doing math. I have this when can you stream? Is that like a special role? Like verified or something? I assume. Do latitude and longitude still work on a flat Earth? Or is that just a metric conversion or transformation? Ugh. Fuck is Omega?
Okay then.
have here? Nobody. What the? Nobody? Nobody's going to speak? Oh, that's unfortunate. That is tough. What do we do, guys? What do we do? We look at the YouTube and see if anybody is watching. Probably not. Maybe, maybe not. Maybe so. Maybe yo is how it go. Flow, do, yo. All right. This, just, yeah. I'm just gonna shut up.